So let's enjoy the awesome that Stationeers is, episode 6 on Europa Easy Mode. I redecorated slightly. All the cables are now spray painted black. That was rather easy to do, because instead of using spray paint cans, which would have taken a while, see here what duration that would have been for every little bit of cable. Instead of that, I used the spray gun. And believe it or not, this can with 44% is the one can that I used for all of this, because that is how productive this, how effective this gun is. Let's show that a bit. Yep, that's how easy it is. And I only misclicked one time here when I came back in and thought, it is done. No, it's never done. It's only done when you're sitting at home, the tools are put away, you have taken a shower, and then it's done. Everything else is still part of it, so keep your mind awake. I placed some other thing up here, between videos. It doesn't do anything yet, but I thought, since this thing, which I renamed to Wind, shows the wind, this thing should show us whether the batteries are charging or discharging. So I would just measure the delta between now and before, and would just show the delta, negatively and positively. That's the goal here. What other things do we have in store? Of course, we want to make the greenhouse, for which the airlock is all but prepared. Some other things I wanted to do, phase change 2 videos ago already. So many things to do. We need the advanced furnace. By the way, the spray gun can only be made with the upgraded toolmaker. The advanced furnace, so we can get astroloy and other such things, because there's actually a robot in the game that I've never made. Never programmed, never made this thing. And that's certainly something we want to toy with, right? Supposedly doesn't play well with the terrain, so it will lie much on his back or something, but certainly a cool thing to have around. So maybe we can actually have a base with a little bit more space than this, and this thing then moving constantly from A to B and doing something. I don't know what it can do. Probably not much. So that's high wind. And what's coming in is about 5,000, I guess. 3,000. Only. Oh, okay. Spray painted these dudes also while I was at it. The clock is really doing well. Oh, nice. We're nearly at the end, so this will be 1.5 more minutes. Then we will see the light turning off. Is this thing still good? 51. It's lame that I'm using this scrubber, but I am not yet that far. We're still at the beginning of the game in a way. It's ridiculous what you can do here. So, first step, let's do the battery difference. Electrics import. Do we have memory chips here? And do we have space? Yeah, there's enough space. Nice. Logic mirror, no memory. Too bad there's no search function in there. I need the memory chip because the consoles are still old school, or rather, old school is positive. They are still an old implementation, and so their concept, for example, in this case means I would have to select where the data comes from, and since I won't have a display up that says +1 or -1 for the batteries, I don't have a data source yet, so I placed a logic memory behind the thing on the ceiling. Oh, and it uses 0 watts, nice. That's where the value comes from. I already selected it. Mem.bat.diff. Still checking if there's possibly a memory chip here. There's not. Show battery level. So I want to keep the battery level around. I don't know if I want to keep that globally or if it's enough locally. Let's keep it locally, as in I will not reserve a register name-wise. So we load that to R0, then I will write this to R1 in the multiplied form, and then we go to the memory. Or maybe I should just... No, first I have to calculate the difference. I want to do that. Since there will be a previous and a current value, and the previous one is basically eternal in between main loop runs, I will not just name or reserve the previous one, but also the current one. Alias. But left R15 and alias but bet left R14. First we save the battery level that we have so far to battery level previous, and then we load a new battery level. Switch them on, save it from now to before, get the ratio average of all batteries together, turn the diode slide on, write that value as a ratio from 0 to 1 to that diode slide, multiply the battery level by 100, write it into R0, turn the battery LED thing on, set the color, set the mode, and you might be wondering why we're not using mode 2. Mode 0 is just a decimal number, mode 1 is a percentage, which seems applicable here, but then we don't have decimal places, and I want to see what the batteries are doing. And mode 2 is watts, kilowatts and such, but the batteries don't store kilowatts, even though the game still claims so. They store kilojoules. They don't store watts, they store joules. Watts is joules, except over time. If you get 1 joule that's coming over the cable towards you, and that happens for 1 second, that's 1 watt. Or am I confusing this? Am I just swapping this exactly around? Let's see. It's like a bottle. If you fill something in the bottle, that's not stream, that's amount. And joule is the amount. Watts is the stream. That's kind of what it is. And I don't want that. I don't want kilowatts or something here. That bug is still not fixed. Annoying. Oh, by the way, I figured something interesting out in... Turn off, haha, save battery. In regards to inventory handling. Behold, I move this from here to there. I double click. It goes here, because that's where some space is. Let's see, if I do this, then it goes there to a meaningful place. If I, however, double click it from here to there, then it will go to where it came from. This comes in handy here, because if I move it here and then double click, it will go there, but I want it here. Furthermore, if I move it from here to there by hand and double click, it goes there. But if I close this and then double click, it goes there. So it would go to a 2 slot, and so if I don't have the mining stuff visible at all times, then my double clicking will put this in a convenient spot instead of hiding it. However, if I want to hide it, I can get it from here with double clicking and close this and double click, and where is it? Like where it came from, that's where it is. Now it will not go where it came from, because the definition of where it came from no longer exists by means of dragging. Yeah, have I exported this? Just want to see if the old stuff here still works. 67, yeah, looks good. That also looks like kind of 67. Now we want to show the difference on the memory thing. First I have to calculate the difference. Subtract into register R0. From the current level, the previous level. Previous level lower, current level higher. It means a positive number. So that's what I want. From the current level, the previous level shall be subtracted. Current level is 100%, previous level was 80%, so we are now positive 20%. And that's the kind of information we want. This is not yet the final thing, of course, but it will get us there, kind of. So the batteries seem to be discharging, if you can trust this thing. Yes, we had 67 dot, yeah, we can see, it's counting down. So that's something to consider. How low is this though? I don't know. Oh, look at that, 0.000. Oh, now we get... Why is it going up again? It's not because this thing turned off, huh? Why is this going up again? I mean, the wind speed a few seconds ago when I started asking this question was still very low. But cool, we can now look at this stuff and analyze it. Yeah, I would like to expand this with spikes like I did this one. So that we have some constant graph that will show us what's going on our time, and that can be done. Obviously the wind is picking up speed. Right, what was I saying? I was saying it was going up. No, it wasn't going up. It was going down less. Stupid me, of course. There was a delta here. This is not the level of the battery, this is the level of battery change. The derivative. The wind speed should slow down soon, because it usually does. Oh, it's picking up. Anyway, I want spikes. So the memory chip here will be the one that we will be using for that. We add to the spike counter 1. If the spike counter is less than, I don't know, let's say 55, then we just want to jump by a few lines, so we arrive down here directly. Else, we want to do something. We want to write a spike value, and this one is going to be tricky, but of course we're going to put it off. We will write to R0, let's say -1. But when? That's what I have to determine. So if this is less than 56, we jump down here. No, less than 56. So 54 itself and 55 itself will be available. So this is not right, I know. Subtract from battery level previous, that already works, we saw it on the chart. Then I add one to spike counter. Then if the spike count is less than 54 seconds, which is stupid because, wait a minute, what am I doing? Confirm. When does this spike occur? The wind spike. I must remember not to flush the source code, it's not yet written to chip. And if I write it to chip, the electrics will no longer work. Yeah, it looks like I made a mistake regarding the wind. Oh no, I didn't? Oh yeah, of course, yeah, makes sense, yes. This is a 30-second chart. But the game tick is half a second, so of course I have to wait until 54 and such. Makes sense, yeah. Anyway, so branch if less than 54, just down here. We want to keep the original value, we don't want to fuck around with it. So this makes the whole understanding a bit easier. Branch if less than 54 to that place, else we do not do that. So what I want to achieve is that if it's 54 or if it's 55, then I want to write 1 or -1, depending on where it is. And 56 and 57 shall be the other value. If it is less than 56, then we will just jump over this one. If, however, it is 56, then we will write this one. Okay, I'm basically already done. It's a bit dirty to do it like this, but if it works, if it gets the job done. So first we assume 1 for 54 and 55. 54 and 55 is less than 56, so then we will jump down here. But if we have reached 56, then we do this. And if we have reached 57, then the spike counter will be set to 0. So the spike counter will reach 56 and write -1. And if it will reach 57, we'll also write -1, but then it will also reset itself so it doesn't reach 58. This should work. I don't know how high the delta is, so I don't know if the spike is proper. Why did I leave the spike in there for 2 instead of 1 game steps? Because in the previous episode, if you have watched it, if you haven't, you should, it's a good one, I think. You will have seen that I expanded the spike what's the word? To last for 2 game steps, because apparently there had been race conditions. Sometimes the wind thing here would get its spike, and sometimes it would not. The spike is realized by writing a value to this thing, or respectively maybe in this case here to that memory thing, and then this guy would have to retrieve its value from there. But in which order will the game events take place? That's the question. And yeah, I can't control that. This little thing here, is that the spike? I mean, look here, it's going down, it's going up. Of course, it shouldn't be this small, that's not the goal. I'm just wondering where the fucking spike is, man. If it's there, and then there comes another little thingy, then we know that it should be the spike. But no, there's not. Oh, now we can see the value. It's very, very, very small. Still, where's the spike? Did I not export? I'm sure I exported this. I didn't? I clicked there, didn't I? Crap. What's my mistake? So let's look through this again. We have the chart. We have the battery level. The only thing missing is the working spike logic. We have the battery level current and previous. That allows us to have the chart. We have the spike counter. So we subtract into R0. Ow. No, nothing. Ow. Yeah, of course. Instead of checking the spike counter, I'm checking the delta. That doesn't make sense. I don't know why it goes down like that, but let's just ignore that for now. It looks like chalk, right? Chalk on a chalkboard. And aha, there's our spike. And therefore we can no longer see any difference, because the spike is way too vast for the amount of change that we're experiencing. So we have to make that much smaller. How small? Let's start with 3 digits, 3 zeros, 0.111. 0.111. Oops. So I just wrote that, and this time we didn't have this little jumpy effect here, so that must have been related to my programming there. However, in a way, to the bug that is now removed. I swear, these two keys, zoom in, zoom out, are always confused. Plus, of course, widens stuff off. When I think that plus zooms closer in, you know. Okay, that seems more meaningful. Maybe the spike is too late though. Okay, close one, but it works. Okay, that problem seems solved. I just wonder if I should allow the chart a bit more motion, a bit more range. I will do that, and then we can later adjust once more if need be, but this topic is closed for now. So this would make it 10 times more, but that's too much. This would only double the vertical scale. Let's go by this. And I have to remember not to turn this off, because it turns off itself. Some dude on Discord, I think, said that they have the solution that whenever they enter the room, all the manufacturers turn on. Not applicable for our room here, of course, but I mean, in principle, it's a great idea. You just come into the manufacturing room, you turn the things on, not by yourself, but it happens automatically. I want to do stuff, let's get going. The manufacturers, yeah, what can I do, sir? You know. Is the range too small that I used? Apparently, okay. So I'll go by 5, that should be it. It's almost double the range that we currently use export. Now with that out of the way, shall we continue with the greenhouse, or what else is on the agenda? That would be for the advanced furnace. But I think greenhousing would be more interesting to do. Do we have something up here? No. I want to put a light in... Don't I have an extra light anyway? Yep. In the new airlock back here, but not one that is wired up to the airlock, as in it will turn on and it will stay on for a while the airlock is about to cycle. Instead, I want it to be on all the time. Now we need the airlock logic, that's the console, advanced airlock, gas sensor. Hey, let's look at this. Apparently the range that I chose now is still a bit too daring. Currently the wind coming is crazy. And now the chart moves. Doesn't it? Yep, it's moving. So, the range is still crap. Also, let's look at this. I just turned this on, you can see now the battery's just discharged. Let's use some console. The printing process itself uses a lot of energy. Interesting. Why doesn't this express? Confusing. Maybe because printing a console just doesn't use much electricity. Because what you manufacture, that plays a role there. Electronics printer Tier 1. 100 times energy. Weird. I mean, this stuff is hanging directly from the batteries. Oh, right, that doesn't work. Why was the entire history forgotten? Is that how it works? Oh, I didn't know that. Anyway, it's still too close. So let's just stick with this then. Console. Where did I put the dude? Didn't I make a console? Huh. Apparently I didn't. I did though. Why doesn't it go up more steeply? I don't understand. I turned it off and there was a step here. That kind of makes sense, but why is it just a step? Why isn't it a constant increase? Because this is the delta. So if currently now less battery is being used, then this should mean that here we have a little corner and then it should go up higher. This doesn't make sense, man. Or is... oh, well, maybe what's happening there... I mean, still, there should be kind of direction change, but maybe the thing is the battery at the station is using so much power by now that this little change here doesn't do much. Now another 20. No, this should do much. It should do something. Well, I have no explanation, and we'll just not look for one. Advanced and sensor. Only one, please. I wish the character, the dude, could throw a little bit more strongly. A little bit, not much, but I think it's just be below the... God damn it, this is weak threshold. Gas sensor has to be placed somewhere. Too bad there's no room left on the floor. It would be cool if we would have the door on this side or that side, because then we would have the same real estate, but down here we would save on one or two well, slots. And so yeah, that is so, you know. Okay, airlock around the corner saves some space. Yep. Those who have observed keenly, which are probably few, because I mean, who can watch all this scrap that I'm churning out here, will have realized that over the last episode, and possibly the previous one, the one before that also, I started being a bit more efficient about my inventory use. Hey, why can't I go here? Oh, there's a wall. This one isn't yet piped up. I mean, there is a pipe sticking out here, but it doesn't go anywhere. So it's not the right move to turn this thing live already. Oh, particularly. Let's see, if I double click here, it should go in the right slot. It doesn't. Interesting. So if I do this, it works like this, because these slots happen to be free. If I do this, come on. If I do this, oh, it doesn't go in its own slot? I thought didn't we just establish that double clicking will get it back into the slot it came from? Or is this only for tools, maybe? No. Well, I guess there's some complex logic in the background that I can't decipher, and thus I cannot derive expectable behavior. So that's not necessarily a good implementation. Well, looks like ass. Let's work on that. Didn't I have flat walls still? I thought so. Man, with all these many things available here, it's even more effective to just print new stuff. Steel sheets I will need. Aha, there's no double clicking here. Double clicking here doesn't work either. That would have been cool. That concept would expand. Neat, huh? I mean, the cables, I cleaned that up quite some. Oh, you can actually walk here fine. Ah, ha, ha. La la la. I mean, I was always like, okay. And now I can just walk here. The secret tunnel of the champions. Steel is required. How much do we want? 100. 100 is fine. For those who don't know, depending on where we stand, that's the amount this thing outputs. Because I placed a proximity sensor down here and down there, and obviously 2 bits allow for 3 values. Or more even. And yeah, well, the 4th value is that this thing is off. So yeah. I expected more. What did I want to do? Well, and then there's this thing, which turns this on permanently to 500 when I'm smelting stuff. And the computer turns on and off when I'm close, because of this dude here. This is not yet used, but allows remote control of the tablet, so when we're out there mining I could say, hey, there's some storm coming, dude, so maybe you want to come home. And I wonder if I should do that right now, because at some point we're gonna need to go mining, and then I will probably not have the patience to do what I could do now. So... well, so when this thing is in that mode, which is the tracker mode, then I want to do that. Has it already been set to the tablet? It hasn't. Or it has, whatever. Is set to the advanced tablet. This was the computer turning off. So, the advanced tablet. How does this work? The logic transmitter. I know I did this before, but I cannot remember everything.
Dude, you're not remembering what you did 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, but what I did 5 minutes ago was not important. Also, I believe that no one ever forgets anything. Ever. Nothing. I'm not sure how that works with the depth of perception. The sun's booting up. As in, I mean, will you remember every smell? Will you remember every little color that was possibly in your vision? Or will you only possibly remember what your, basically the yellow spot in your brain saw there? And with that, I mean, I don't know if it's called the yellow spot in the English language. In the German we say der gelbe Fleck. That's the spot. I think so. Maybe I'm talking gibberish here. Let me just check that. The yellow spot eye. Okay, that's not what that is. Okay, the macula is in the center of your retina and is in German gelber Fleck, the yellow well, speck or whatever, with a diameter of few millimeters, with its 6 to 7 million nerve cells, the so-called Zapfen. I don't know what that is in English. The macula is the part of the eye that sees the sharpest. So the same thing is kind of in your mind when you look at stuff consciously, when you're aware, oh, that smells funny, and then a week later you can remember that, or you can't remember this. The question is, could you remember possibly something that you haven't consciously perceived? I'm not clear about that, but I'm pretty sure that something that you have consciously perceived you will never forget. The problem is access. The problem is the reference. You need to reference that memory, and then you will find it. That's the trick. That's my view. I don't think there's a memory capacity in the brain. None. I mean, it's very simple. As long as we do not know how memory is actually implemented in the brain, and we don't. When we know, of course, there's some structural change, blah 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 blah. But as long as we don't really know how the brain works, we cannot say with certainty how memory is implemented, how exactly that is implemented, and since we don't know that, we cannot say with certainty what our memory capacity is. It's that simple. And yeah, that's true. That's not me being unscientific, it's logical. And therefore it's true. Should I spray paint everything but the light green in here? Maybe. And let's be efficient about that, paint-wise. Oh. I'm carrying way too much crap once more. And I'm not lead about my walking. Will I need these pipes? Not currently. Okay, music's getting a bit annoying.
Just turn off the music in general.
Fuck you and fuck off. Which one shall it be? Let's try this. Yeah, that's fine. That doesn't smell like copyright to me. Okay. I thought it was fine. Anyway, oh man, that looks cool. I mean, there should be more lens flares in the game, I think. Not just the lens flare of the sun, but a weaker one of different style. You know, let's turn this whole shit show into, you know, basically Star Trek. If I touch this now, this will not be good. There has to be a room over there first. How large do I want to make that? I thought about just making a square room, which is rather big, and then I could use that room for various purposes, not just for the greenhouse. For example, to store gases in a non-insulated tank, so that would just attain room temperature over time. Okay, nice gesture, but no, I don't want that. How big shall that be? We just have to make a choice, and so I don't want to think for too long, so let's do this then. Steel frames, lots of them. Then I want to weld that up. Since I don't have too many of those sheets right now, I would have to make some. How much steel is in there? 80, so they won't make 160. That's a bit unfortunate. I don't want that. And I don't have that yet. I didn't program this thing yet to produce only less or something. You know, it's a possibility I talked about in the episode. This is 6, right? In episode 4 at the beginning, when I showed you that since now in beta, and I only pay beta, in the manufactories, let's say for example the auto lathe, we have a bit deeper logic than we had before. Not just this stuff that we know, but also this stuff. We can program these dudes now. We can say, produce 10 of these and then 20 of those. And if this doesn't have its recipe fulfilled, then just skip over to the next. Or wait until someone tosses in the things and until then do nothing. And then the things are in, okay, continue producing. Or toss out all the reagents, like the silver and the gold and such. Or toss out only the reagent of a certain type. So I could put a stick in a socket here that spits out all the gold from all manufactories, for example. And then I would have a locker full of these, spray painted wow, shut off. Then I would have a locker with spray painted and labeled chips. And I would just stick them into a housing for a second, and so they would all then spit out their gold or their steel or whatever I've chosen. That's a possibility, hypothetically. Haven't done that yet. Want to get there, obviously. New shit, man. So let's toss out the steel. Here we go. How much do we want? And how hard do we want it? Some sheets, please. Okay, we don't have to haste. For the sun will stay with us. For this is now more realistic. I mean, if you haven't watched the okay, maybe I should always assume that every episode is the first for you. I don't know who's watching what. So, and I'm thankful if someone then comes along and says, dude, I'm actually watching the whole shit show. And which some people do, except in different words. But don't feel obliged to do that. I mean, do what you want. So, because I slowed down the time, instead of 20 minutes per day, we now have 100 minutes per day. This is 5 times that much. So that's why I had to implement this clock for the plants, because they are still on their 20-minute logic, meaning you have to have this and this amount of brightness during the day, and this amount of darkness during the day. And what day means, I have a nice idea, okay, let's do that, depends. For the plants it is 20 minutes. But for me now, with this current configuration, it means 100 minutes. The plants then will, if I time them using the sun's angle, the vertical angle, that won't work.
Power low.
See, every little thing that you place in Stationeers, a story emerges, basically. How it would play out later. Every little thing, particularly in the early game, from which it all grows. And so I thought, you know, let's make the beginning of this greenhouse hall like a staging ground. It will be a small room, and there will not be much there. And then here we have a larger hall, which is wider. How wide? Bit wider than this. As it looks like it's just alcove or whatever. Mining drill. Was there something about double-click speed configuration or not? Yep. Maybe I want to expand that slightly. Damn. Excuse me? I cannot input a dot, a comma here? But I can achieve it with the slider. Screenshot. Yeah, I think that timing is fun. Interesting prospect. If we keep building our station, then at some point we're going to come across areas where we have mined extensively for resources. It would be fun to, I mean, not much fun, but a bit, to meet those spots again just by means of station growth. One more. Okay. Yeah, it would also be fine to have some kind of exit area in a similar way down here. Basically something to look forward to when you traverse the room.
Critical.
That could have some epic emotion-ish undertones over time. In my early videos, I mean, not just the early ones, I always put in YouTube chapters, you know, where you could skip to locations and you would also see where's what and even what is there in the first place. But recently I have done that not so much, because it takes a shit ton of time to do that. And I mean, the day only has 24 hours. When am I supposed to do all that? Okay, 48, which means 24 of these welded. Obviously we have more, so we need more. Ah, damn it. Steel. That's 60 grams, and let's, I don't know, let's make some. $40 would be 80. Let's make 80. Go forth and build stuff. Interesting. Riding the razor's blade. But no, now we're losing. Razor's edge, razor's blade, what the fuck? Yeah, for those new to this series, when the door is closed here, then all the lights will be off, except for this little night light. But when I'm in here, the lights will be on. Only during the day, when light is falling onto this dude, you can see here grid sunlight is true. So when the sun is behind Jupiter, that's not so. Most lights will be off, except some essential ones, where I can otherwise not really see what I'm doing. Seems like it's all done. Damn. So next step was, and I want to make this actually 2 stories high. So it's going to be quite the wall, because I want to be able to build in there and have some breathing room for my head. And the Harvies, they need some headroom, not necessarily 2 stories, but you know, want to have options instead of having to go outside all the time. So, a lot of walls. Kit wall, that's the one I need. Is that the only walls I have? 27? Are you kidding me? It's nothing. Oh. Well, we have to print some then. We will also need glass, of which we have a lot, but still not enough. And this stuff, plastic sheets.
You're tuned to Summit FM, listener-supported commercial-free internet radio from San Francisco, broadcasting to the world. We rely completely on your support, so please support Summit FM by going to summitfm.com and clicking on the support button. You'll keep us on the air, commercial-free, playing music you won't find anywhere else.
Broadcasting around the world, this is Groove Salad, listener-supported, commercial-free internet radio.
Temperature critical.
But oh, my helmet is open. Whoops. And that's something that I don't accept about this game. Really not. I mean, currently I'm breathing 150 degrees or 40 degrees minus temperatures, negative, you know. My face is freezing off. My eyes are freezing. My lungs are being damaged ridiculously by this. But there's only a computer voice expressing that. There's no some visual extreme, nothing, you know? That has to be changed. It has to be. That has nothing to do with immersion or realism. So here is going to be 2 high, and in the small ends it will be 1 high. Which fucking button was it? Huh. Need more walls. Not sure if I should flip these around, but I won't. Everything I do has to be imperfect from some perspective. Because otherwise everything I do would be perfect. And that can't be, mankind, can it? What? So we need tons more walls. And certainly tons more glass and that other stuff. And I don't think we have that. I mean the resources. Gotta go digging. Oh right, I wanted to make the tablets speak. And look, still the same day, now the sun is over there. This feels realistic. I'm building up building and took a while and then the sun is up back there and you know, that feels better. Instead of this constant haste. But like I said in the previous video, someone discovered that there is a day length slider in the difficulty setting menu. It's just not yet visible because it's obviously not yet implemented properly. But that's once ahead. We need plastic sheets. How many? I don't know, all of them? Do we have some of that? 200, oh, that's nice. Make all of them. Make it so. Hilarious. I wanted to leave this open because I still need to build some, but okay. Fate intervened. Oh, there's a hole here. Let's use that then. Ah. Aha, now we can finally finish the stupid airlock. But we can't use it yet, obviously. Actually, no, we can. We will just exchange whatever atmosphere is there. It's not a greenhouse airlock, it's an airlock. Intriguing. Yeah. Yeah, it's still printing. Okay. Let's go back in. Man.
Temperature low.
Temperature low? Why is it so cold in here? Why is it so cold in here? What did I do? What happened? I wish I had a temperature chart also, but this 30 seconds wouldn't be enough really to find out what just happened. Why is it so cold in here? Oh. No, it is not the cooling system just cooling and cooling and cooling. That's not what's happening, and I wouldn't know why, even anyway. Why is it so cold in here? Is it related to the airlock somehow? Let's see if we can find a gradient. Where's my tablet? Oh, where's the tablet? Where's my fucking tablet?
Health low.
What is happening? Oh, right, okay, no, don't worry, it's just me being thirsty. That's what, you know, we had that in the yesterday's episode, the previous one, when suddenly events accumulate at the same time. That is not just a burden, and might actually break your neck, but it's also confusing. You don't know what's really happening. Where's my fucking tablet, man? Did I accidentally toss that out there? Why? Oh, whoop, there it is. Temperature is increasing, but why is it so low? So the temperature is increasing from over here. That would be the furnace, I guess, which is still somewhat warm. But why is it so cold? Does anyone have an idea what the fuck is happening, man? Yes, I removed that pipe there, but that is connected to this vent, which is off, and that was only for a short moment. That cannot be it. This door was not open. I did not break down a wall accidentally. It's just suddenly cold in here. I have no explanation. Maybe it has been cooling down this whole time and I just didn't realize. And the plants? Well, they're done growing. Why would they care? Man, we need more steel. How much does this need? 60 watts. Yeah, let's do 60. Why is it so cold in here? I mean, if it's warming up, obviously, which means that there was an event that cooled all of this down. But what event was that? It must have been the cooling system, I guess. But the cooling system would stop cooling when it's cold enough. I don't know. So, time for another pill then. Silver and cobalt. Definitely not enough food here, so I will just go and recycle these 13 potatoes because that's actually useful. Because then we get biomass, and biomass contains volatiles, and so we can get a preview of what we can do once we have an automatic greenhouse, if we ever get one, because I've never done that before.
Pressure critical.
Why was it so
Oxygen
cold in
critical.
there? I have no idea. Maybe a bug of sorts, but I can't imagine. Did a pipe burst without me noticing, maybe? Doesn't look like it. No more glass? Should have activated the greenhouse. -7 degrees. I guess I did something wrong here piping up the... Oh, of course. I think I understand. When I changed the airlock like 2 episodes ago, possibly, or 1 episode, no, right, in the previous episode, okay, 2 or 3 episodes ago, I changed this dude which pumps out. And this one, which pumps back into the room. But I guess... Does this make sense? What? Where are they pumping? Okay, this dude pumps to the indoors. And this dude pumps to the outdoors. Oh. Let's see. Okay, this guy pumps here, right? Is that so? Because that's the key here. Someone in the Steam forums said that they had experienced, I think it was Steam, that has something changed recently in regards to the airlocks. In the main release, I mean this is beta, which is even newer, that what is marked as input vent will actually be working as output vent. Because imagine we go out there, the cold air gets removed, or when we come in, the cold air gets removed, only that's pumping to the indoors. That would of course lower the temperature. So let's see if that's possibly happening here. Powered vent, large exterior and interior. I will remove. I have a suspicion. Oh, I think I know what it is. I think I found a bug. Let's first take a screenshot here as a reminder. So we have an airlock that is we have a powered vent large that is marked as exterior. Let's see. They are both locked because they're under the spell of the airlock. Let's remove the exterior one that pumps to the outside. Aha. So that's this one. This one was assumed to pump to the outside. So whenever I was going outside, the air from the room was not actually being pumped here in the room, but it was being pumped away. And I have an idea why that might be. Because the thing is, I first had, I had my small vent here, and then the large powered vent here. The large powered vent was for interior, so I had to select first the exterior, the small one, then the big one, the interior one. Later, I removed the small one here. First, I unassigned it, and so this one was still marked, the other one anyway, was marked still as interior, but the exterior was no longer selected. So I could dismantle the dude, then I put the big one up, and I remember, I have it on video, I can check that, I looked that up, that I then selected powered vent large exterior. Which makes sense, you know, the one that I can select, the only one that exists, that's the exterior one. But because you kind of always have to select the exterior first, and then the other one that's available afterwards is the interior one, there's probably some confusion in the programming of this thing. So when I then select this as the exterior, then it was swapped or something. I guess that's what's going on. I have to check that out. So anyway, we want to use this one and that one, right? This one is now locked, and that's the exterior vent. This one's the interior vent. Should not pump here into the room. It apparently does. And now this one is powering. So yeah, there's probably a bug. These consoles, they will go away, or they will be remade, revamped. They are not made to last. So maybe they will refuse to fix that bug at this point, I'm not sure. Can't tell, but I will certainly investigate, and then I will tell them. Or let's say, I will say. I mean, I also told them, hey, here's this trailer and so forth, but no reaction. Bit sad, I find, but I guess that's just the flow of reality. Someone doesn't come across a thing, and so they don't know of the thing. And that's the end of it. Didn't I make more? Confused. There's no steel left. I have 5 walls here. Yeah, well, I picked all the walls that were made and then I placed them. I need more steel. God damn it. How much steel? Oh. No, there are more walls. Okay. We'll still need more walls though. So let's crack some more of that steel. 100 grams. Let's take another 20. And what's with the plants? It's probably too cold for them, huh? Moderately, poorly... Well, they're growing. Fuck them. So... this pumps to the indoors. Yeah. Damn, I forgot once again to mark the dude as the, you know... I forgot the glass. Shit, man. Just seems inconsistent how these keys work. Oh, the batteries are not too full. What's happening? Do I have too many consumers up? Well, 50 watts here, 50 watts there. That of course draws some power. Development overall, not easy to tell, but certainly not on the upside consistently. I think we should make 2 more wind turbines. Since we have so many batteries, there's no haste. Upright wind turbine, please. How many can we make? Multiple. Tricky. I could make 8. Actually, no. 5 times 8 is 40, yeah? I could make 8. 8 wind turbines. Should we make 8? Seems like overkill. At some point we're gonna need them, but I also want to put up some solar panels, and I don't just want to spam stuff, you know? And glass. We need to take glass, and we also have to switch that airlock here to live mode. So let's do that then. This thing first for a change. Which shall be the exterior? Well, let's just assume this is interior and that is exterior, because currently that's the way it is, and that history is something we can remember. The light shall not be a part of it. Gas sensor, yes. Glass door exterior. Which one is that? Wrong door. Correct door. And then interior. Powered vent large exterior. Let's see which is which. The upper one is now locked. This is the one that has been selected as exterior, but it is the interior one. Okay. Now that one is locked. That would pump to over there. Good thing I made all of these already in advance. Else that would have been even more annoying. 2. How long will this take? Aha, okay. I will just make 4 overall. Why am I not using that airlock now? In protest, I will use that airlock now. So this was just used to pump to the exterior. That seems alright. Let's look which one is used now. To the interior. And if I flip this around, another working airlock. Nice. Can't believe this actually works. Okay, we have all the walls. Let's close them up then, as far as possible, which will not be very far. So it would make sense to go mining and then to do another smelting run and then to pump all that hot waste gas filtered down for CO2 into this room, and without evacuating this room first, because this room is full of oxygen at a low pressure and super cold. So that should be exactly what we need. I like these kind of flow decisions instead of building decided machinery. This is of course kind of counter to the spirit of this game, because then instead of making an engineering solution, I'm just using what's available, but I can't help myself. If that is the button that gets the work done, then why would I build a new button? Also, that kind of attitude, of course, helps you to think on your feet. For example, when my moon greenhouse was, the cooling system was not stopping because I fucked up at some point, and then I later saw that, oh, minus 30 degrees, oh my god. And then my plants, I didn't want them to die, and so I hasted outside and I filled the furnace, which pumped to the inside. Normally I would wait until that's cooled down first, I just wanted CO2. But then that saved the plants. And that's cool, that you can have actual action scenes in this game, not because of foes, but engineering level action scenes. Where the fuck can you have that anywhere in gaming? Answer, nowhere. So, well, probably. Maybe Oxygen is not included, which is possibly a good game. I have that, I played it somewhat, but I don't like the style too much. And also, I like the first-person approach. Not, I'm controlling 5 colonists and I'm clicking on them and then they're doing stuff. That's what I don't dig, you know. I don't hate that. I mean, I bought recently 1 or 2 more games in that regard, and I'm never gonna get to play them. Obviously. Yesterday I bought Raft, you know, and today I played like 10 minutes and then I continued with all the things I had to do. But that I will probably play a bit. Wasn't there one hole still in the ceiling at one point where I didn't have the glass? Lots of holes, I know, but in particular space that I would now overlook. Everything that seems closed here, down here, the walls. Aha, here we go. And then no more glass sheets. Oh, we can do that already? Okay, why not, why not? But because then I get confused, that's why not. And that's a bad confusion, to lose your atmosphere. Ah, it's a big room, man. Can do lots of stuff in there. I mean, look at all the stuff we did in that small room over yonder. Interesting that, why did it show that effect? Is it actually that cold that compressing the air by means of the airlock activity leads it to becoming liquid? Oh, liquid oxygen. Not bad. Do I still have glass of sorts? Nopey nope. Can I still make glass? Too bad glass is really expensive, but glass is also beautiful. It's a fetish, you know? It's valuable, like gold. No wonder it's more expensive. So, let's see, how many do I need, roughly? 1, 2, 3, 10, 7, 20... 50, easily. So let's go for first 100 of these, of this stuff. What? I think we have a misunderstanding as to my intention. Why did I put the console there? I have no clue.
Got you confused. Confused!
Maybe. Apt observation. I would have room for these, so I take them with. The wards will no longer be needed. I will take them with in case I find a hole. Can't believe this is working. Thought I would need way more resources and I would have to go digging again, but this show we can get on the road right now. I don't have too much iron though, and making trays for hydroponics takes a lot of iron. But I don't want to fill this dude. First I want to do research. Temperature 9 degrees. Interesting that it's slowly heating up. And they're thriving because the motherfuckers are now more tolerant. Let's see how tolerant. Main ideal temperature 13 degrees. Max ideal 36. Growth efficiency 90% is still called thriving. And I guess some other things are, let's analyze. Breathing efficiency 94. Pressure 100% ideal. Light 100% efficient, because thanks to our nice clock here. Whose implementation took what, 10 minutes or some? Because, just need to count down. That's all really. Oh right, there was something, wasn't there? 60. I think we were at 68 before. So yeah, seems to be falling. Definitely we're very close to the bottom of the 60, and I believe it was definitely something 60-ish. So let's say it was the same number. That's still a bit close for my taste. So prepare the spray gun and take it outside. Oh. Da haben wir Glück gehabt, hä?
Power low.
Let's measure. 2000 going down. $2,400. Wow, 2,300. 300 watts more. That's 6 lights, 6 lamps. That's not the amount of lamps we just put up, so. That's a nice track, man. What is that? It's called American Dream Afterlife Remix by Jakatta, Jakatta Visions. There's still an opening. That's what she said. So, this should be closed. Maybe I should put an overpressurization door in here also. This should not be a hermetically sealed place. And the best way to find out is to put some crap in. This is way cool that you can see this fog from water having been liquefied from too high pressure. It's awesome. And this game is a dream. It's a dream come true I didn't know I had. I mean, I had some dreams in this direction, but this? And it's real now, man. You can get it for 3 pizzas. 33 euros. If you don't get it, you don't get it. So, I want to pump some CO2 over there once I can. As in, I need to smelt something first. I don't have something to smelt. So I should go mining once the sun is up, which will be a while. I don't know what the time is really, it's hard to say because I don't have a real world clock, but let's look here. Solar angle is going down, so we're going into the direction of midnight. That was a fortunate moment, because it will probably not go much further than this. So it's dark then. Whatever, then we mine during the night. As long as I can see the ground. Get rid of all that spray paint stuff. Or not. First I want to put up pipes, I guess. Or not? Pipes are already covered. That is probably useful over there in the new area. So, if I want to decide whether this comes out here or comes out there, I need a decision-making mechanism, which would be a valve. Or 2 or 3. So I guess I should switch from this dude to a cowl and to some piping. Where will the pipes go? Oh, there's still room. I can pipe the pipes through there. Okay. Have I said today that I love this game? I mean, have I said it often enough? I mean, if there's a new DLC, I'm gonna buy it. I don't care what it is. As opposed to Icarus. I'm not saying the game is bad, not at all. I haven't seen anything of that yet. But there are DLCs for 20, 30 euros. And I bought Icarus mostly to support them, but also because I'm curious. Because I think these guys, the games they make, they must be awesome somehow. And that's probably true. But I don't know about that yet because I haven't yet gotten into it. Man, I got so many games recently that I haven't really played yet. I got Subnautica Sub-Zero, and I haven't even played through Subnautica completely yet. But I got it because Subnautica is just great. But there was another one. Where was it? Where is it? Penkura. Do you know Penkura? It's still early access. Penkura. It is also an exploration and story and base building game. I wouldn't want to compare it to anything. I just would say you should check it out. Penkura. Penkura or Penkura. You should take a look at this. I'm looking forward to playing it again. Which game did I mean though? Electrician Simulator, no. Valheim, yeah. I got that and I played it for 10 minutes and I see the potential of it being really great, and it does remind me of Icarus and vice versa, but yeah, I haven't played that. November 23. Damn, what am I doing? What I'm doing? I'm going to work during the week. If I wouldn't have these 40 hours wasted with stupid shit, I could play something. Now, people might disagree that it's stupid shit, but they don't know what kind of work I'm doing or what things I could do instead. Or my role in reality. So, let's go here and open that by default, as we will have a fun experience. Cowl. Insulated and normal pipes, please. I wonder if I should use an insulated vent. That would make sense. Let's use one. Do I have one? I don't. Down. Hate this shell. Hey, I could just join the two, why not? I don't need another passive vent, I can just join these two pipes. That's really insightful, really nice of them that you can just point at the end of the pipe and this will then... Oh, now I'm too far away. Does this work? No. Oh, that works. Awesome-ish. So what does this mean now? It means that I did something wrong. Because not only do these have to be insulated pipes, because they're now very cold, cooling down the station, but also there needs to be a valve here for me to be able to control whether something's going there. And that is not yet given. Curves, curves, curves doesn't work. Oh, wait, what? What's happening? Oh man, what the fuck did I just do? $11.7. 11.6. Yeah, I'm letting in the cold air. I wonder why it isn't faster, but it's probably a pressure thing. Hey, what's the pressure doing? 74. Nothing noticeable. Anyway, that's not the way to go. I need to switch this. Where can I place that valve? Not here, not here, not here, not here. There, it's not insulating. Also, the lever inside the wall is always stupid. Damn. That is unfortunate. What do I do? Hey, that sounds good. 210? That can happen. Okay, expansion to 250 then. There will be an 800 here somewhere. Here it is. And this shall be a 250. And maybe I need to change the color scales a bit. Because blue, let's go for 170. 130 for green, 120. 80 for yellow. Or rather 100 for yellow. Less than 100 than not. So 100 will still be yellow. 130 will be green. And 50 will be orange, and everything below red. I mean, look at that. Wind. Hey, where's the spiking? Okay, I was just programming, so it's unfair to judge here right now. The batteries are charging, even though we are still in the yellow range. I mean, the yellow is not supposed to be charging or discharging, expression-wise. It is supposed to express the wind speed as it is versus what it could be. Science shit, man. So, how do I solve this? Currently it's bleeding cold in the room. Not much, but still. Are the plants still thriving? Thriving. Yeah, fuck them. So... See, the only real trouble that you have with plants is the lighting. And that's where everybody asks in the forum at some point, and everybody answers, dude, use the plant analyzer cartridge. Maybe I should have spray painted those black also. I don't know what to do about these pipes. How do I reach these pipes? I have no good idea, and therefore I will just execute a bad one. So that takes care of the cooling problem that I'm currently having here. Doesn't it? It does. But still, those pipes should be insulated. Just in case. In case that we have just seen can happen. Super. Not what I wanted. Yeah, the spray gun is really fast. Oh.
Power critical.
Just then, you know, I opened the hammer just then. Power critical is completely unrelated. So that has been fucked me sideways. Solved. Hey, wait, is it? Oh no, that was just a spiker. So the spiker is working again, yes? Nice. Close floor. This one's already closed. This can also be closed because the goal now is to get some smelting done and then get some heat into that room and CO2 also. For that, we need to go mining. That's the next step. Period.
It's boring.
It's necessary. Okay, that would have been fun. And cheating. Interesting that it would heat up to this level. Even though there's nothing here really that produces heat. Well, other than devices, of course. But I mean, there's not a radiator or something. So, battery check. Is everything fine? No. Could use some more batteries here, huh? 3, 2, 1, come on. And when that is done, maybe we'll make 2 more large ones. Resources we have, okay. So battery-wise, we're fully equipped. Oxygen. Oxygen is still fine, and I still don't have a way to refill my oxygen. That's something I still have to build. After all this time.
Anti-critical.
Well, it's easy mode, and I wish this wasn't, but the food water thing is really annoying, man. That is so fucking annoying. Well, it's supposed to drive us to make more sophisticated foodstuffs, right? But I wonder, if I would have the most sophisticated stuff, like pumpkin pie, which, yeah, it exists, would this then satisfy my timing view of how it should or shouldn't be? Or would I still think, dude, this is way too fast? Would I still think that? I suspect I would still be annoyed with how often it is. But I don't know. Well, there's something, we can mod how much that, you know, we can make it Stationeer level difficulty that still has slow food and water, and I did that. We cannot modular, or can we? Can we mod the scales? As in low food means very fast, and high food, I mean high quality food, means very, 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 very slow. Or can these factors not be modded? If they can't be modded, that's an oversight, man. Because that is a game changer. So we have oxygen. Let's empty this dude also. Make another filter, not that we need one, but okay. Open the mining belt. Observe that we now have a bug kicking in here. The windows are not at the bottom. I will just reload the save game and see what happens. One moment. Oh, apparently that helped. Nice. And I also thought to set the timescale back to 0.06 since that is not saved. Alrighty, is anything missing for our mining excursion? Oh, I forgot the mining drill. Battery, I mean, mining drill battery. Oh, still discharging. Still at 60, even though I placed 4 more wind turbines. Wow. Okay, anyway, we have enough reserves, not a problem. And there's still Mr. Dude, you know? And Mr. Dude is still turned on, so he's like horny for some coal, but... And do we have coal in case we have such an emergency? Well, quasi, yes we do. There's some coal. We're not gonna need that. Anything else? Filters. No, that's it. No, I don't need to see them. Yes, I wanted to do the storm programming, I know. Maybe I should do that now, because I bet my balls that it will just happen then. Let's do the storm programming of the tablet. Yeah, and not forget what we wanted to do. That's a heavy drill, man. I know the drill. So, how do I program this? We need to access the logic transmitter. That would be in the miscellaneous section, where we already are. Structure, logic, transmitter. Do we have multiple of these? Well, maybe. Logic transmitter. Logic transmitter mining tablets. Structure, logic transmitter. Meanwhile, the sun keeps moving, so I will not pause the game. See, it makes it so much more realistic to let the sun move slower. I don't know if this works, and that's why I'm doing this. I'm trying to find out if it will. Oh, okay. There's always something, isn't there? It's not a problem right now, but it could become a problem, and I don't want things that could become a problem.
Listener-supported radio spanning the globe.
Export. So we see this now. What happens if I change the mode of the tablet? Still 0. Huh. So I'm currently not reading that mode. Let's see what the logic transmitter describes. Nothing. Okay. Oh, passive active? What the fuck does that mean? I've never seen that. Is it cabled up correctly? I assume so, but I'm not sure, so let's remove that potential obstacle. This is superfluous, but while we're at it. How does this work? I know I used it before, but how was it again? Start. Where is it? Start year, blah 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 blah. It's only jumping forward, no subroutines. So that's just the main loop then. Oh man, it's full again. Load badge named. Load transmitter mode R0. Well, I'm loading the mode of the device itself. I'm not loading the mode of the tablet. But how am I supposed to load the mode of the tablet? Damn, how did this work? Aha, I'm currently accessing this thing. So, just using the logic transmitter when it is set to a certain device means by accessing the logic transmitter, I'm just accessing the device directly. Yeah, but why can I not see the mode? Or is that not what it is? No, it must be the mode. Okay, differently then. Since I can read, since I can write the power, can I also read the power? I guess the problem is that I'm writing. Am I on the wrong chip here? Atmo miscellaneous, that's this one. Am I already writing the setting otherwise? So that it's just being killed? Let's be sure, I will just copy this to an external editor which has a search function. Notepad++. What am I looking for? Setting. A structure ice crusher setting and the LED of the wind thing. So no, that's the only place in which I'm doing that. I don't get it. Why can't I not read the power, the mode? I think that worked earlier. I know that because on my moon station, the one that I talked about with the greenhouse accident, I could turn one of the lights on and off just by turning the device on and off. So that works. You can control this thing, and you can also read this thing, and thus remote control your station. So if I fly out there and there's no clock yet for these plants that turns the light on and off, then I could just use a tablet and think, oh, this is probably the time. So flip the tablet, plants, light changes. Why then doesn't this work here? There must be a stupid mistake on my part, as per usual. Okay, then let's just write an arbitrary value, see if that sticks. It does. Oh, I'm reading power. That's ridiculous. I need to read on. But the mode didn't work. 1. Why doesn't this work? Am I stupid? Did they change this? Is this... I mean, maybe if I roll back to the main version of the game, then it works. I don't have another explanation at this point. This line works. This is just a register. Load badge named. Write badge named. I don't get it. Oh. Stupid! Now I know what's happening. Why did no one tell me? So, we can change the mode. We can read the mode. Yeah, that's a mode that didn't exist. Export. So, it's on, and... Alright, that mode. Stupid me once again. 0, 1. So in case that thing is on 0, I would like to get the storm warning on the device. Is the storm warning in here? Speaker. Well, sounds seems so. Yeah, speaker storm. So that's in here. That storm warning should be coming if there is a storm coming, period. I think that number is already known and permanent, it's not altered, else I wouldn't have used the named register for that because that would be dumb. Okay? I mean, reading the temperature from a sensor and turning it into Kelvin and then calling that the eternal value, that's alright. But changing the value then by some subtraction into some arbitrary direction and keep leaving that in the named register? Nope. That's stupid. So we have the storm countdown. The moment the storm countdown is not 0, we want some information here. But first, of course, I need to check if this works in the first place. This works. How do I play a sound on the tablet? Volume, sound alert. Yeah, that's the one. Wait. Mode. This doesn't have a sound alert value. That's funny. Oh, it has. It has mode and has sound alert. Well then, I think we should use the sound alert. My suspicion is that they just used the mode because that was sufficient, and then they came up with a tablet which has a mode, and then they wanted to be able to transmit that, and then, well, sound alert, we need a new variable.
But then it's inconsistent.
Well, then let's add this to this thing too.
But then the old stuff won't work anymore.
Well, then just keep it on mode also, fuck you. Anyway. So, this writing of on we do not want, but we want to write to sound alert 0, and then we want to write 18. And then we want to yield so that it has enough time to play that, which will not be enough time. But up here we have another yield. Since it's also saying that in the station... Oh wait. Maybe it shouldn't say that in the station while I'm out. Anyway. Line 111. Oh, right. Where's the speaker?
Storm. It's 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 storm. 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 It's storm. It's storm. It's storm. It's storm. It's storm. It's storm.
First order of business, that shall only happen when the mode is I'm on the tracker. So,
It's storm. 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 It's storm.
branch, if not equal to 0,
It's storm. It's storm. It's storm.
are 0 here.
Storm. It's storm. It's storm. Incoming. Storm. It's storm. It's storm. Incoming.
Then let's work on the timing, which is solved now. And now we need to check if a storm is incoming. And we can do that with the same thing. We already have storm countdown. So we don't care about the mode of the tablet. If there's no storm, then that's it. So branch, if equal to 0, this, that. So if there's no storm, we just skip down to this. Actually, let's first check the timing, if it's really fine now.
Storm. Storm. Incoming.
Hello?
Storm. Incoming.
Okay, that's not right. And I realized that it's best to do this first, because this also then resets the tablet unconditionally, not just in the moment when you need the reset, so that it can play the sound. What is happening? We're setting the sound alert, then we're loading the mode. If the mode is not equal to 0, as in not tracker, then we skip this whole stuff, otherwise we play. Export.
Storm. Incoming.
Why did it do that only once? Oh. Because it's no longer a main loop. Huh. Well, I will just look in the last save file I have, storm, for the source code of this and how is it structured. We have the LED wind on 1 and then jump start. So what's on screen? LED wind on, so we just lost this. Very simple. Not a problem.
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm. It's storm. Storm.
So that works even when the thing is
Storm.
off.
Incoming. Storm.
And that's
Incoming.
good,
Storm.
because maybe I don't have it
Storm.
on.
Incoming. Storm.
I mean, as long as it doesn't
Incoming.
work when the
Storm.
mode is not on. When do I have the tracker? If not, when I'm outside, so. So, branch if equal to 0, storm countdown. If equal to 0,
Power low.
storm countdown, we just want to go storm warning done. Else we want to do this. Okay, I have to check the timing again.
Storm. Incoming. Storm. Incoming. Storm.
That's good. Export. Right. Now we're fully equipped. Time to go mining. We need everything, primarily iron. But silicon would also be very welcome due to all the glass printing that we did. There's iron, let's take that. I could use the mining backpacks actually as backpacks right now, but for multiple reasons I don't want to. One is I like the satisfaction of knowing what I'm mining there, so I'd like to drag all the full stacks over into the mining backpack manually. The other reason is this ensures that I will only have full stacks in the mining backpack instead of every assorted type of thing that I could mine, but then not a full stack in parts sometimes. And ultimately then I can also fly when I need to. If you would know the time of day, we could also announce that, but I don't have one. If it would always be from 180 to 0, the vertical angle of the sun, that would work, but it isn't. That's not the way it is. So we could check when the sun stops going down and starts going up, and vice versa, like I did in the second to previous video, when I tried to build a clock. That can be done without that bug that I hit in there, certainly, I guess. But what about during the day? Will there be only midnight and noon? Seems superfluous. Wasn't there an actual clock in the game also? Some timing? Some timer thing? Of course for music, you know, there's a device, but wasn't there a time that could be requested from the system? Oh, which reminds me, I never mine oxide. I should. There's oxygen on this planet, I know, but my oxide in my smelting belt is very low. Not that I will need it much, because at some point we will have just our gas tank with volatiles, and then the rest will come from the surface of the planet, from out here, so that we have fuel gas that we will be mixing live, I guess. That's enough. No, not like that. Where the fuck is it? Oh, I guess it is already. I don't know, I lost track. Doesn't matter. I like the music, but let's switch to something more landscapey. Yeah. For now. Bit spooky, that fits the setting. Should have brought an overpressurized canister for mining to see how viable that is. Haven't really tried that yet. But I don't have anything for that yet, because I can't yet fill up my oxygen tank. Speaking of which, my jetpack also needs refilling. coal. Not unwelcome. Not as fruitful as I hoped. I wanted to just mow the landscape and fill my backpack, which sometimes happens, but now it doesn't. Oh, the sun is booting up. Too bad that mining drill doesn't yet have any force feedback. For example, when I was flying there and was just mining from the air, that should have impacted me. And on the ground also. A little bit, you know, shaking or something. That would be cooler. So if you want all of that stuff, buy the game. Because, I mean, they are financing this. If you haven't heard yet, the game doesn't make real cash. They make like $800 a day with this game, roughly, and they have spent almost I don't know if that was New Zealand dollars or US dollars, but I think Dean's information is usually in US dollar. He explicitly said that almost 500,000 US dollars had so far been spent on new user introduction stuff, you know, to make it easier to get in there, the tutorials and other means. So, yeah, this game is, it needs to exist and it needs to flourish. And the finances, they don't fit. Absolutely not. Monetary situation isn't working out. They are making it work because they have other projects, but that's not the way it should be. This game needs to be financed. So let's think about the future. Next step is the greenhouse. The greenhouse must have atmosphere. The smelting will give us that CO2
Power low.
to make that happen. Oh, this one's full. Then I will put up a computer over there, and we need power, so I will have to pipe heavy cables, which I should already have printed, because I believe the only heavy cable... No, there should be an entire roll of heavy cables, I think, in the locker. So that the room gets directly fed from the batteries and has its own power network. Then, well, I have the advanced furnace. That shouldn't be in the greenhouse. That would be yet a different room. Yeah, and people usually insulate the advanced furnace, but I haven't done that yet. I haven't yet figured out the best insulation and haven't tried to do so. And also the normal furnace, of course, because these things are absolute heat bleeders. But the way that this is being done, in my opinion, is usually one that exploits quirks of the simulation. It does things that are not realistic. And on that front, I believe the devs have changed a few things in recent weeks or months, maybe, so that it's not so easily possible to just exploit that. But still, you can 100% insulate that. So I think so that it keeps building its heat, and it will never go away unless you want it to. That might be useful, but anyway, if I would build such a thing, I would insulate it in the way that I myself think, yeah, that is realistic, so let's do that. And then I could put that in the large greenhouse hall, because that would not be heated by that then. And also I would have the option possibly to use that heat if need be. Then we could also put the tank in there, because a large hall lends itself to that. The tank for the volatiles. I mean, if the greenhouse explodes due to volatiles exploding, that's not good. I could basically put everything that can explode should be far away from the station, but I've never really done that. Things work out, you know. And when they don't, I reload. Yeah, I know it's lame, but I mean, the failure is rare. Still, I should be equipped for that. More lead, yes, that would be required. We don't have too much of that. Definitely more iron, because we need more iron. And on top of that, we need more steel, which needs iron. The special stuff, Invar and such, we have made already in the previous video. Good amount. Again. Computer, then IC10, of course, so that we have something that can be programmed. Then a Harvie, because I want to try to do automatic planting and harvesting, which can then lead to an endless production of volatiles by means of centrifuge and shredding and all of that. It's hypothetically possible, which means it's possible, so... So we have infinite oxygen on this planet. We can then virtually have infinite volatiles. So then we can create water from that in case we need. We don't need to find it then, because we can just make it. The amount of water needed for the plant is very, very, very low. Unrealistic maybe, but apart from the fact that in reality more things go into the plant than just water, this is a game. So if there's a reason for you to build a complex loop, a complex infrastructure that has a certain effect, and if this then yields some kind of net positive result, even though that might not be possible in reality, then that's reasonable. Case in point, I have 11 to 1200 hours in-game already on Stationeers, and I've never done such a thing with the plants. So it is, from that I derive it is not too likely for people to do that in general, and therefore if that can be exploited for infinite blah blah blah, then I think the overhead that you have to invest to make that happen is large enough that this can actually stay this way. Insulating the advanced furnace would make sense, not just to protect the greenhouse from overheating, where I would of course have to install a counter-flow heat exchanger cooling solution anyway. Could also use an AC, but I'd be stupid. I mean, I like emergent cooling instead of devices that say, I do the thing, you push the button, they do the thing. That's a bit boring. I know this is this way in reality, and the AC has been implemented in a somewhat realistic way here, but still it's a button push device, and I like rather to use instead my emergent thingies, where on the moon I would pump the station atmosphere through a pipe outside with radiation radiators, or here just of course to use the very cold planet. Why would I invest electricity in moving thermal energy from A to B when all I need to do is touch the planet? So more iron then. Oh, there's gold. Always welcome. And then the battery was empty. Oxide, good for oxygen, but oxide also has a bit of nitrogen. And where do I get nitrogen here? Other than by off-gassing ore, or by, yeah, I think it's the only source otherwise. So if I have too much oxide, even though I don't need it, because the planet has oxygen itself, and the smelteria will soon run directly on planet atmosphere, even though that's the case, it's still good to have around in case I need some nitrogen. There's some plants that breathe nitrogen after all. I have lots of volatiles already, but I also have a tank that will be filled. Will have to be filled. Uh-huh. Oh, this one's full.
Power critical. How much iron did I find? Didn't feel like too much.
One stack for steel, then a second stack for steel, then we have this as reserve to turn into iron. That's not too much. At least we can make as much glass as we want now. And we even found some gold, so that's fine. What just happened? Did I mine some lead or... Did I toss that accidentally? Can't follow. And then we're full. So, end of mining excursion. And then, once we have the advanced furnace, we can begin making the super alloys, which allow us, for example, to make the nuclear batteries, which have 8 times the load of the charge of a large battery, which have 8 times the charge of a small battery. Can I take more with me? Yeah, this of course is not needed. See, and now my mining backpacks might have lots of slots, well, lots not, but quite a few slots that are not filled completely yet. At some point the backpack was full, so I switched to the other one, and then, you know. But this way I know that I'm actually filling everything, not wasting the mining run. And it's still the same day. How did this happen? Can I really not take anything more with me? Well, I could use a trick, which will look fugly. Should I take gold or... I mean, iron is easy to find. Let's take the gold since I just found it. Is that all I found? 3 only? Ridiculous. 48. Okay, let's go home. It should be in that direction. In that direction, okay. Yeah, still this characteristic wide mountain next to our station. Now, of course, I come across trillions of tons of iron. This looks mined. $21 degrees, even though I did no heating whatsoever. The plants seed, 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 and seed, seed, and seed, and seed. Seed, 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 and seed. I swear these plants are porn actors. So now that we have battery 65, okay, that's more than we had before, but now that we're home, we are also using more battery. So I think I have to make even more wind turbines. There will be a new section of the station. I can make 4 regarding iron. 4, 4 me, 5 me, 6 me. No, that's English, German. So I can make 4 in regards to iron. 4 times 5 is 20. Okay, wait, let's make 4. And then of course I have to make the boxes, because I would stick to the stupid iron frames like an idiot. Do I still have iron frames possibly? Iron frames. I do. Windows is telling me things that I told it to tell me. And I would tell it to shut it up, it will be confused. Time to smelt. Ah. Now back home, let's turn that music into more music. Yeah. Damn, now I closed it. That was not the intention of this click. Oh, what did I just do? I just put gold in there. Ah, come on, was that necessary? That's the problem. Dude, that doesn't count. That was the user interface problem. Not of this game, but of the overall computer. So what do you do in a situation like that? Well, the thing is cold, so it cannot digest what we just put in there. Only thing we can do is dismantle the dude, basically, but there's more. We have the input here, and all I need is a little bit of spark gas, right? Don't I have that? Yes, I have that, because I still have my original, what's the word? Welder, and that has fuel gas. So let's engineer something that makes it fun. Let's call it a random event that we have to deal with, instead of seeing it for the blunder that it was. Not on my part, but you know, anyway. So, I didn't assume this would be sounding like this. So we need a pipe that goes down here. 1, 2. Need a canister holder. Which is not this, but pipe utilities. Heavy cables, do we have them? 1 roll, 50. That's good. A few more would be nice. Always need heavy cables. And, pipes. This sound means I take something. But this sound means I took something. But I mean, this sound means I put something away, so
Hydration critical.
if you accidentally swap something, then you will hear that. Oh, there's a cable there. Well, the airspace here will not be needed. But when I place this here, I can no longer use the door. Did I ever use the fucking door? I did not. I should already do the trick. And that is not what I want to listen to. Whatever will I do? Probably not, but let's let that run for a moment. I always confuse this. Oh. I didn't see that. Stupid. Not enough heat, huh? Damn. Pressure equalization problem. So much so that this dude might already have something of the furnace within it. Okay, no, that's not the sound I want now. Always this problem with the music. Whatever, let's use this then. Maybe I need a volume pump now to get this whole stuff in there. That's a problem. Fuel canister is still good. We need to pump that. Is that really the input? It is the input. But we need pressure. So I need to expand this further. And I don't think we will get the greenhouse done this time. Volume pump. Nicht Pimp. Yeah. Someone suggested that these should exist as a mirrored version also, and that is a very good suggestion. Because how often do these cables get in the way and then you can't construct it in this way? Oh. So, electricity then. Oh. Way to gold. Ah, the gold is melting. All right. Problem solved. But while we add to this, pump all of it in. Can't hurt. And save. Yeah, it shows us how much power there is in one of these stacks. No. time for steel. Temperature's just below the threshold for steel. Just below. Damn it. No more. Steel. Maybe there should be a lamp here in this corner which turns on when the switch is on. That would be cool. Could even be a flashing light. Like this dude. Only in red then maybe. Oh, that's actually good. Oh, can't turn it this way. That's weird. I have to think about that later. Content. Already too cold again. So 400 steel, and the rest should become iron, I think, because I don't have too much of that. So, but since it's currently very hot, adds a little bit more heat, and then do this stuff, which needs a lot of heat. Should also visibly vibrate a bit. I mean, we hear it vibrate, right? Why don't we see it vibrate? Just a bit. Very high. I want to increase the pressure, but okay, then let's turn this dude on and do a bit of greenhouse gassy, you know? I guess. We want nitrogen and we want oxygen. These filters are good. Everything in the furnace is probably burned up by now. No more volatiles, okay. So we're not wasting fuel, which otherwise would then be spliced up and go out there, possibly even with as a fiery trail in the sky. And see what happens.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
minus 149. Minus 148. Wonder what that is. Carbon dioxide. Oh, right, of course. The CO2 will be freezing when it comes in here. And right here? It's not that warm, actually. I expected a bit more. But maybe that's the usual furnace behavior, where you wonder, why is it coming out this slowly? And then you wait a minute and suddenly, you know, suddenly it's, you know, when you're filling a canister this way, there's always a surprise. I wonder if they put that in there intentionally for this, but I don't think so. I think the furnace's behavior is not realistic. I mean, you pump stuff out, and then nothing happens, then all of a sudden, bam, you get tons of hot gases. Why? Why doesn't this like happen from the start? Oh, like here. Do you see? Suddenly it's skyrocketing. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And this will of course reduce the pressure of the... Yeah, we can see that from here. Very good, very good. You can even see it descend. Meanwhile, the temperature in here is increasing. And I wonder if I left a hole, because that's still an open question. But as long as only the question is open... Minus 143. Can we make out a particular direction where everything is going, other than from here to somewhere else? No. Because otherwise that would mean a hole. Pressure in here is 49 kilopascals. Temperature is increasing. I would say there's no hole here. But why is... Oh, right. There is no CO2 in here because all the CO2 falls down to the ground because it's just too fucking cold in here. Why exactly? Liquid or not, doesn't matter. It's the same phase change diagram. At a temperature, at a pressure of like room pressure, 600 kilopascals or 100 maybe, minus 50 degrees. And then it would become gaseous. That's very soon actually. Okay, not very soon. How much gas is left in there? Maybe we should continue the smelting process. That's what we came for, right? Of course, the airlock cannot pump this away, and by the way, the airlock can also not pump liquid air, water, for example, away that's in the air. So if you have some water, it's in the air, and you go through the airlock, the water will come out through to the other side. I was surprised by that myself. I recently discovered that. I'm 95% sure that this is actually what happens there. So, are we still high? Yes, still over 90. This thing is of course much colder now, but not a problem. We'll just make it hot again. That's hot enough. Sound design in this game, absolutely brilliant.
Temperature high.
Okay, so much for that. Now let's smelt all the iron, which I should already have done by now. Is this... Oh wait, before I do that... Okay, good thing I thought of this. Oh. Man, I would have mixed that and then everything would have to be going into the centrifuge. That would have sucked. Oh, I still have the iron here. make a little bit more steel if I so wished. Let's see, how much iron do we have? Here we have 100. There we have 150. And with this then we have 300. And how much steel do we have? 80 plus 480. Either way it's wrong, so let's look for iron first, because I know I'm more inclined to melt steel if it comes to it. Everything has been done. Okay. That's a wrap. Oh, okay. How did I overlook this? Temperature check, fire check. No more volatiles in there. Lots of CO2, lots of nitrogen. I will not pump this out now because I want to enjoy the show. So let's first deal with this stuff. What? Oh, that is 500 grams. Exactly 250. What's the odds? Iron. Idiot me, of course, the lever is still on. Why am I doing the dance? Unnecessary. And that would be good if the thing would be flashing back here, because just being lit so that I'm not in the dark would be helpful, but flashing would remind me subtly what's really going on. $480, some more lead please. $180 grams of copper. Who needs copper? 150, 65, 28. No. Well, then let's just stick it here. But the gold. $298 grams, dude. That's a lot of gold. Okay, problems have been solved. The fuck? Still not enough. 900 is enough. Anything missing? Okay, so the furnace is currently bleeding its heat into this room, which is then vented out to the planet by means of counterflow heat exchanger, while we are trying to heat up this other room over there. So, enough said, huh? 30 megapascals, a lot of gas. Never mind. So what's happening here? Temperature is falling.
Power low.
At some point, all the CO2 will start melting. Wonder if this will lead to an overpressurization of the room. Guess not, but we will see. And then what? Panic. Panic. Then panic. New situation, I haven't been in that. Wanna explore. Now, isn't this a Zen game? You can absolutely get lost in this thing. Or just sit there and watch the numbers change and all of it has meaning. That is worth really financing from governments and such, you know, the kind of cultural financing that some games get. Why not this one? This is insane. We are reaching the minus 50 degrees threshold. Roughly that is when the CO2 should start melting. And then we should see that here. I wonder what the pressure will do. Oh, here we go. The pressure seems to be increasing rapidly, so that thought wasn't wrong. The question is, how much will that kick? I have no clue. Okay, not much. A few kilopascals in this large room. That's a lot, but within reason. Okay, it's almost empty. I believe Zen moments, or what the real term should be, are moments when we realize, without actually, well, okay, the term realize then is unfitting, but when ultimately a person can realize that being too is an act. It's something that we do. And maybe it's the best thing you can ever do. I didn't expect this. I thought a full furnace would do a bit more damage, but still. From minus 140 to minus 40. Big difference. Pressure is slightly high for my taste. I mean, it's going to increase further when it gets warmer in here. And also... yeah... maybe what I need in here is not more gas, but more heat. Best way, though, to get that in here is more gas from the furnace. So, I have an idea. And it's, of course, a good idea. The idea... the idea is, I want to... you know, I need some place still where I get my oxygen for my canisters. I will just pump that out of this room, because most of this room has oxygen. It's too cold at this point. But I should set up the equipment already, so that later when the pressure is very high in here, once I've filled it enough and it's warm enough, then I can just get the oxygen out and everything will be fine. See, that's once again such a flow decision. Instead of setting up some central air and all of that, which is good and possibly better, I'm just using the tools that the moment itself supplies and making the most of it. And that's fucking fun, man. Obviously the room is airtight. Oh, what's that? Will that melt also? Still volatiles in there? How did that happen? Would you kindly burn? I mean, there's oxygen and volatiles. How can there still be volatiles in there at this point? Huh. Anyway, so we need equipment. But this I want to also do. So let's first open the floor. This is fun, and I'm basically declaring that it is fun. So if you don't agree,
Maybe I'm wrong about let's see how in which way I'm wrong about.
yeah, that's kind of the attitude. Try to find out how you're wrong, if you disagree that this is fun. Because you would be wrong. See? Isn't this completely fun? Nine. No. Nine! Nine! Don't do this. Nine. Wrong color. Once again, my reminder thingy steps on my balls. Ouch, 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 it hurts. Red. This is the red zone. Yeah. So this should happen when that switch is on. We already are asking for that switch. All we need to do is make sure that this information goes into the on state of the device. Sweet fern stacker. Fla. Are we in the right place? I don't think so. I don't know. Nope. How complex was the clock again? This time, I mean, now that it's cleaned up. Only this little bit. Just some counting. Yet it keeps the plants alive. Not too much space. Battery, diode, slide, glass door, light, long white, daylight sensor, logic mirror, logic memory, console LED, proximity sensor, stacker reverse. We don't have flashing light in here yet. But maybe I don't need to define that as its own line. like this. Aha, here we're loading the logic switch from the stacker, and then we can just say SBN hash structure flashing light is I think the name. That is the thing on R0. Okay. Right, I wanted to make the oxygen pump equipment. Oh, why is this still on? That thing is empty by now. I will leave that here in our little reminder slot, because we need to deal with that concept also. Yeah. Kit atmospherics. Heavy cables I wanted to make. And we need to get the cable power from the station, from the batteries here. How full are they? 62. Not too good, but it's fine. I mean, once the next storm hits, they're gonna be very fine. But why wait until then? And this side needs to go through the ceiling. Okay. Do I need an insulated cable now? No, that wouldn't be good. I need some sheets, else I cannot weld. Iron sheets. I want to put up these 4 wind turbines. Damn it. Does this work? Oh, okay. Can put up 3 at least. Ah, damn. How did this happen? What? Where's the cable? Why did I not bring the heavy cable? Really? Uh-huh. No more gold. Now we have 100. Yep. So that and another frame, please. Iron frame. Forgot the spray paint. This is literally an asshole.
Power critical.
Curious? How much are we producing? Going down rapidly. Let's wait until this has calmed down a bit. What is happening? How is the multiplier? Isn't it going down so rapidly? It is the wind change plus 10,000 wind turbines. Thousand maybe. Maybe even 1100 by now. Now plus the new ones we get 1600. Which is 4 more wind turbines. That was planned, yeah. No, that doesn't work. So this is the power from the batteries, which goes then right through this thing. No, it can't. Could have chosen a better cable spot. This is occupied by the logic cable. It's the only one that is free, so that is the way it has to be then. Aha. Here we are at the airlock, and this is where the transformer should be on the wall, I guess. And now we need more cables. Should I use a 5K transformer or a bigger one? A small one should be sufficient. So I have a full stack of heavy cables still over here, I think. And a full small one also. And here we have 10 insufficient. So, So at the kit atmospherics, there's always something to do, isn't there? So there's this thing which we can use for the filtration. Then I want to get the CO2 out, CO2 and nothing else, so I will make CO2, the oxygen out and nothing else, so I will make 2 oxygen filters. This will last us longer. Then we will need pipes. tank will also be useful since it should be over there. Because there's no space here. Should I put the advanced furnace over there also? I don't know. Let's just plan for that. And, oh, okay. I was mistaken about the amount of cables that had been manufactured. We have enough cables. What did I want to make here with the electronics thing? What was it again? We can go backwards. So I need the materials for that. The transformer, of course. Which makes sure that there will not be too much load on the cable, and so there will not be cable burnout. We need iron. I wonder if we have iron. Well, we have iron. Not too much, but we do. So let's give it 100. Dude, this should not be possible. This inlet here should be the Omni Grubber. It can't be that I toss something here, it lands like in between things. So transformer will be indoors. Is something missing? Well, if I want to set up the oxygen pump thingy, then I will need multiple things. For example, maybe I want to pump out the oxygen to the outdoors, not just to my tanks, because, I mean, who has that many canisters? Also, why do I still have the small ones? Because I don't need the large ones, this is easy mode. Pipes. Insulated pipe. Non-insulated pipes. That thing to pump stuff on to the outside. Then a canister holder.
Filter low.
Seriously? This is when I get the warning? This is so arbitrary. Alright, I can go through this now. But I can't, because I first have to cable things up. Transformer should be here. Close, but no cigar. Oh, okay, never mind. An airlock would be nice here. Not yet though. Too many other things to do. Filtration. So a valve would be needed. And I can separate the outdoors from the canister holder thingy. I don't have a valve. Everything that is not oxygen must be pumped back into the room, which brings us to a pipe cowl or a passive vent, of course. Since we have one, let's use it. Excuse me. Apparently no smoking is not good enough. So, pipe cowl. No, not pipe cowl. Damn it, what was it I needed? Valve, yeah. And afterwards, of course, when we're ready, we're going to continue heating up the room. Setting the stage. Or probably not this video, because it's already late. But then the next. Greenhouse, greenhouse, greenhouse. Garbage goes here. And what we desire goes somewhere else. Now for the insulated pipes. Huh. No, that's alright. That's alright. Just can't place the passive vent from here. Okay, now this thing needs power and an input side. I forgot the input side. That would be a passive vent. And I got the power. And I don't have enough cables with me, which is hilarious. Given that I have way too much copper. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Fuck! Ah, shit. This stupid glass door prevents us from having the cable here. God damn it. This is so annoying. Any trick? This thing one closer, yeah, maybe. And then the cable would have to go to the left side anyway, and then around the device is also bullshit. I shouldn't have placed it this close to the wall. That's the reason. That's what's going on. So let's remove everything again. Good thing I wasn't yet outside to place a stupid passive vent. Okay, that would almost have caused an accident.
Hydration critical.
Okay, looking good. Oh, interesting. Filtration. Okay, that was less painful than I feared. Now we need more heavy cables, more small cables. I know I printed some, but I don't want to use the printed reserves right now, because I only need a few cables. If I want to do large scale work, then I will take those and meanwhile print more, of course. So this passive vent needs to go there. We need another passive vent. Passive vent cable. And drink some. Has the pollution filter finally been used up? No, it hasn't. The battery has been used up. So a passive vent, and we need to go outside. And cables. How much copper do we have here? 99, okay. That's, well, it won't have enough time to print too many. Still only one way to get in and out of our base. That's not safe. I mean, not true. There's still this emergency door, alright. But anyway. Funny. This dead end pipe, I never had such a thing here. But it completely makes sense. Getting rid of the liquids if they build. One thing I kind of forgot. I mean, it's luxury, but that's kind of a second name by now, so... What the fuck am I doing?
It's wrong. It's wrong. That's what you're doing.
Uh-huh. Why do you speak like that? I am retarded. Pipe meter. $100 coming up. Interesting. Filtration device. Filtration device. I wonder if I will get confused on which side of the airlock I am at some point.
You definitely.
Shut up. Okay, now we know there's no pressure there. Now we know that it's changing. But it's too cold. I mean, putting that in there. 239 Kelvin. If it's worth 339, that would be a bit hot, but okay. But this is a bit cold. Can, for example, do this. Okay, we don't see an explosion of liquid because it's not that cold anymore. Well then, time to fill the room, I guess. Because now we can. So, furnace?
Yes, what do you want?
I want you to burn some more shit.
Okay.
Anything open here? No. Okay. Need to fill my hands. Now let's wait until all that volatile stuff has been burnt up together with the oxygen before we start drawing some, well, heat and gas out of the thing. It's getting hot, of course.
Temperature high.
Wow. Yeah, let's harvest some plants while we're at it.
Temperature high. Temperature high.
And that's the thing, would I eat in this environment? Wouldn't it rather say, no, you don't want to eat, it is too fucking hot? Okay, not here, but over here, for example. But no, it's just a numbers game, you know that the number is fulfilled, so you can do the thing. It's not yet an experience. And yeah, that's a complaint. I know that they're doing what they can, but if their intention is to keep it like this, well, then I would object. So, how are we looking? Very hot, and basically the fuel has been used up. Well,
Temperature high.
shut up. So, stuff's happening. Let's lean back and enjoy all the things that are, including ourselves, but not doing anything about it. If you always feel the need that you have to do something, then you're sick. I mean, yeah, don't take this as an insult or something, but a healthy mind can also just sometimes lean back and not do anything. If you can't do that, then you need to work on yourself, because that's not healthy. Imagine, you cannot do, okay, how do I phrase this? Sometimes you cannot, okay, you must be able to do basically nothing. I mean, I'm sitting here, my thoughts are still flowing, and now I'm talking to you, but in principle, just leaning back, doing nothing. That must be possible to you. If that's not possible to you, then it's an ability that you don't have, and it's the easiest ability to ever learn, hypothetically. Or is it hard to learn? My experience is that I think that sugary drinks, soda and such, which are not quite friendly to the body, do increase the tendency of a mind to want to think. Now, this seems like a good thing, but are these thoughts useful, or are they not rather some kind of means by which your mind tries to navigate itself back to its origin point by means of unnecessary thought that you don't need to have, instead of thinking about things that matter, whatever that may be, and that, for example, is the thought worth having. What is important? See, start there. High abstraction level, and then work yourself down. -20, getting there. Pressure is okay-ish, bit high. Man, the temperature is increasing rapidly. I mean, look at this entire room heating up so quickly. Or is it not the entire room? Have you ever seen these subtle little shadows here around the numbers? Makes them much more easily readable. But, I mean, they're there, yet you never think about them. Someone thought of them. Lots of CO2, that's nice. The ratio CO2 can of course be increased further later by correcting the room pressure down to 90 or something by removing oxygen. Uh-huh. I think it should always show double digits, and not just when it conveniently has one extra digit space. Often enough I ask myself, is it going up or it's going down? And then I wait, and then I see, why don't I see that directly? And something that they do with stocks, for example, they don't just show you the value, they show you also the current tendency. So, for example, you could see, I mean, there could be a little arrow here pointing up or pointing down, comparing the current value to the 10th decimal place with the previous one, so you would know what's happening. It is definitely slowing down. That's because there's not so much gas left and because the room is rather warm by now. But I guess it's mainly the gas. I think we're down to like 1 megapascal or less. Oh, 0. Still not enough. Wow. Well, we need another furnace run. This is, I mean, at least smelting for heating the room. Not as big as before, obviously, but still. Oh, it's so empty that I even have to do this to get the stuff in. That
Temperature high.
should be well enough. How are the batteries doing? 66%, so it's going up here. Slowly, but I mean we have lots of capacity. 3 point something megawatts, or megajoules rather, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 24, so let's round up, because I forgot something. 28 megawatts, or megajoules, that we can store here.
Temperature high.
Thriving. And all that because that stupid lamp here goes on and off because of the stupid countdown. I love this. I love this to bits. This game is as meaningful and as meaningless as anything else you can do in your life as long as it's not contributing to society. Which this obviously isn't when I do it. Or is it? Well, okay, let's assume that it's not so, like with normal people. But, I mean... I'm saying I could be watching a film, but I could also make my own. Okay, that's burnt up enough. Go. How hot is it? Over 1,000 degrees.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
Oh, what's with the tablet? It's a bit far away. It's not just that haven't zoomed in yet, there's more. Or is there? Yeah, temperature is rising slowly, but this will kick up again once the furnace is doing its wicked thing, I believe. Which may already have happened and just hasn't arrived yet at our place across the room. But anyway, this is slow. Do you see that over there, the graphics? Maybe that means that more is happening now. Oh yeah, more is happening now. Minus 140, minus 150 degrees. And now we're getting it up to over 0. A reality as believable as this I've never seen in any game. And why are you interested in the story, if not by certainly the foundation of suspension of disbelief? Suspension of disbelief is, by the way, an interesting subject. -3. There's 2. -1. Plus degrees. My helmet is open. Haha. Eight degrees. Spreading out. What's the pressure doing? Oh, that's 0. Well, but we have achieved what we came for. We have the gas, we have the temperature, and the sun will slowly do the rest. In other words, we should already think about a cooling solution. And if it needs to get hotter, well, I don't know where exactly I will put the advanced furnace, but I will put it. So here we have minus something degrees. Where is it? Huh? Oh, this is already above 0. How did this happen? I don't know. How much volume do we have here? 20 liters. This canister has 64, I believe.
Air tank critical.
Yep, 64 liters. So if I add the canister here, and it would be empty, which it is not, and I would fill this up to 3 times what the canister can hold, like 30 megapascals, then if I would put the empty canister in, we would have the equal... This should equalize. See, I mean, if this thing had the same volume as the canister, 64 liters, and I'd achieved 20 megapascals here, 20, and I stick the canister in, and this will go down to 10, and this will get 10. But since it has like 1/3 of that volume, I would have to triple what I put in here to achieve the same outcome. So I would have to put in 60 megapascals of pressure here for an empty oxygen canister to be filled to nearly 10. Since it's not empty, let's go up to 40 and see what happens. Air is a bit cold, but you know. Up to 40 megapascals. Or let's say 39. Divided by 3 is 13. Yep, 40 should be safe. Famous last words, huh? Arguably, if I do this wrong, then I shouldn't have a recourse, because there's no airlock here. I would have to toss it out the window. There's no open window, though. I would toss it through the window. But anyway, it's rather a fun experiment. So...
Air tank critical.
Oh. Slightly overpressure, but not much. Let's see how fast those airlocks are, huh? Good thing I still have canisters. And now the question of can we mine with this thing will also be answered. No, dude!
Cognition critical. Health critical. Suit critical. Temperature critical.
Oops, that was too much. Well, then the same again, but with less power maybe? Let's go to 30. 30 megapascals, then we will end up with 8,500 or so, I guess. Meanwhile, the pressure in here is descending very, 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 very slowly, almost not basically.
Air tank critical.
8.6 megapascals instead of 8.5, like I estimated. 2 degrees. And what is in there? Pure oxygen. Ta-da! Okay, so that problem is out of the way. What's the next step? Now that we have this little room to play in. I would like to store all the volatiles that I've gathered. That has been laying on my soul for a while. I mean the plants, yeah, I want them, sure, but I have food. But all the volatiles lying around, not being in the place where they belong, that sucks. So a tank then. Where could the setup be for the advanced furnace? All this should be for planting, I guess, maybe? Or should I put a large volatiles tank in the corner? I mean, really, really large? Considering that one of the goals of this endeavor here is to get volatiles from the plants, maybe this will be an endless production facility. And so maybe it will produce tons of volatiles, really a lot, who knows. And then I would be thankful to have a large tank. Then again, a tank is... I mean, let's say if I use a large tank, I don't fill it much, only a bit, then the pressure in there will be very low. And so it will take a long time to suck that out of there, because it will only enter the pipe. I mean, okay, here's the tank. Then there's a pipe attached to it. The tank will equalize its pressure with the pipe. This pipe then I suck empty with a pump, and then when it's empty, the tank will stream into it again. Maybe I could add some more volume to the pipe. That may be meaningful, I don't know, I'm not sure, because the volume pump's purpose, of course, is to suck the pipe empty. And when the pipe is empty, then will more stream from the tank into this pipe if it has larger volume? I don't even know. So a large tank might be a bad idea. I have had some experiences with large tanks on the moon, but I didn't have this shit ton of volatiles then to deal with. Let's see, if I put up the small one here with all the volatiles that I've gathered, and of course not all of them, some of which needs to go still into the furnace, then I should be able to fill this up to like 20 megapascals at the most. 60 megapascals would be the limit. I mean, the tanks don't have any limit anyway, but the only way to deal with a tank is by means of a pipe, and those have a limit. So where would that be then? A small one could be over here, but this could still be some... where I like have an airlock, though over here it's 3x3, over here it's 2x3, so I'm not sure what to think. Could of course be a furnacing room that is then closed in the front and has some overpressure and heat protection door at the back, and then if we want to go further we can build an airlock as an attachment here. It doesn't have to be symmetrical entirely, that is also kind of boring, isn't it? So like expectation and then mixing things up could be a good idea. Anyway, a 6x6, a 2x3 is a good thing for the advanced furnace. That's a good way to go. Let's start setting up the furnace itself, see how much space it takes. So I would be standing here, would be using the furnace like that. On the back we have enough space. Do I need space on the right? Yeah, to toss stuff out, but that doesn't have to be much. Could even add a chute so that it's being tossed out into the room here. Not that that's necessary. Yeah, I want to do that. A separating door, a glass door. %, going up. So this is command center, this part of the station. And all the batteries will be here, and if I need more, well, then one stack I can add still, afterward that it gets a bit questionable. A door then. I have 2. I need 2 doors actually. One to enter that room and one to allow it to vent itself in case of emergency. Then I need steel sheets. And before I do any of these things, let's first make sure that my actual smelting bag is has proper content before I do anything with other content that I may have. Half and half. In other words, why the fuck? But okay. That is a mix, and I would say the mix is not pink like the volatiles are, but red. So that's my color for fuel then. I wish I had a place already where I could turn these into hydrocarbon bricks, because then I could also store 500 instead of 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See, this 3x3, that's not even one more, you know, 3x3 and then one more. That's what I could store in one little box. Not in here, I know, but in here. That's how much space that would save. Steel sheets. Do I need pipes? Oh, definitely. And a pipe cowl. I want to be able to vent to the surface if need be. So we're setting up the advanced furnace. Advanced ingots and such incoming in the next video, I would assume. Valve. Cowl. Need some inventory space. Yeah, and steel sheets. I need steel sheets. Iron sheets. Did I use up all the steel sheets? No, I did not. Uh-oh. I need the doors. Oh, and then... Oh, damn, I can't take it all with me in one go. And that's what had just happened when I tossed the... I mean, when I had this fantasy about what would happen if, you know, anyway. I was tossing it away, and that would have worked, but the wind said, no, I have to go into the airlock. I assure you don't mind. Dude, anytime you try to enter the bus, you wait until the people who want to get out of the bus have moved out, then you go into the bus.
What about the subway?
In the subway, it's vice versa, obviously. Electronic parts are shit. 50 stack of... I could put those away. Then again, I have to go across the room, but not with heavy cables. Then I need...
Power low.
Thin cables then. Power low, huh? Let's see, I need walls. That's the standard walls. We have 2 of them. It's too few. We need glass. Plastic sheets. How much steel do we have? 480, so let's get 100. Yeah, I just checked out the YouTubes and someone said, can you only play this game with programming? Is basically what they asked. And I can't tell really, because I've been programming for like 40 years and so I fucking love that shit. And I think that programming is also a natural skill. Not like,
Yes, I'm a natural.
even if I've been doing it for 40 years, I should be able to do it better than I'm doing it. That seriously. I should be better. Anyway, what I'm saying is, I've been saying that in many videos, but I mean, I can't expect anyone to watch all of them, so I will say it again. Electronics parts are required. Yep, now you know. No, let's work myself backwards this time. Instead of starting with the caveman, and no, that's not a joke, I started with the caveman, will I explain that?
You mean cave people?
Yes, I mean cavemen, cave women, and cave whatever the fuck. That's what I mean. So, all of them. Where is the electronic stuff? And it's interesting, right? What I just said, I mean, that's a tangent, but I love tangents because when I have an inspiration, don't I have electronic parts already? I thought I made some extra. Apparently not. So the tangent is what I just said there. Yes, cave men and cave women and cave whatever the fuck. When I said that, you must be aware that there are 2 ways in which this can be read. At least there are more ways in which this can be read, but it can be read in 2 ways. It can be read in a way that I say, okay, all those whatever the fucks are pieces of dog shit that shouldn't exist in the first place. But that is not what I'm saying. I can disclose that it's not what I'm saying. But anyway, without that disclosure, that is one way you could read it, but you could also read it in the other way. As if I'm playing along with someone demanding to say that, or with someone and so forth. You know, when I say whatever the fuck, that could mean like, be whatever you want. If that's whatever you want to be, then so forth, you know. That's also another way to interpret it, and with that I want to point out, I mean that was not the plan, but I'm just using it. With that I want to point out that we should be careful when we interpret what someone says, because it's very easy to interpret that in... See, whenever I talk to people, I have a bit of trouble, because people, for whatever stupid reason, seem to assume some kind of context that you already know. You must always assume that the guy you're talking to doesn't have any context whatsoever. You have to zoom them in, basically. This universe, this planet, this continent, this state, this city, this street, this house, this room, this desk, this drawer with this document, page 5, second paragraph, and I mean that not the way I said it, but in a different way. Ah, okay, that was a bit hyperbolic. But I'm saying I always read stuff from the Omnicom text because I'm a total skeptic. This means I have called everything into question and then eventually came to terms with things. But this means that also when I communicate with people that I have no choice but to not know what the fuck they possibly mean. I don't know it. And so they have to give me some context. Man, that's the one that came up. Welding torch and 5 steel sheets. And I have my experience with Chinese people at work, okay, maybe that's not representative. I mean, there are 1 billion of them, so. But it was that the way they communicated, the guys that I communicated with, they certainly, that was really like they were expecting you to read their mind. You know, as if where they are coming from is if in that community they are so close together in their mental situation that it is very easy to convey a meaning. But in my opinion, that is also then a very narrow, well, let's say the color gamut seems to be not very large of the people that are communicated with there. While my color gamut goes from 0 hertz to infinite hertz, hypothetically. And this will seem like hyperbole, but okay, let's take it as hyperbole, whatever, don't give a fuck. And so when people say things, I wish they would be a bit, I mean, let's start with the context. Sometimes people throw an entire blog post at you before they even come with a headline, you know? Or sometimes people say something like news articles do. They start with the headline and then they say the same thing that they said in the headline again, but with slightly more detail. And then, as news articles these days do, they repeat the same thing again, but with the same slightly more detail, and then again, and then they start with the meat. For whatever stupid reason. And that's wrong. I want that to change. I want if the headline says this and this is the case, then I want the first sentence to answer the most urgent question that someone who would be interested in reading that article based upon that headline has. That's what I want. That's the world I want to live in. The world where a news article or some other article, when it tells you that is what it's about, will give you the information that you're most curious about. Most probable. It's a probabilistic thing, of course. But if you look at news articles these days, that's not what they're doing. They're basically like blog posts where like I'm typing because I'm having fun and then there was a vacation, kind of like what I'm doing right now when I'm talking to you about all kind of shit, instead of like when you enjoy hearing yourself talk, or when you're having fun bringing across some ideas that you have, some thoughts that you have, when you're just having fun, having this opportunity that you can just type something out and it will appear as a voice on the screen, and these words will even be broadcast and someone might actually perceive them. And here's a thing again, another tangent, always late in the video because no one has the patience, so the secrets of the universe are buried within. I'm pretty sure that we can sense when someone has the probability of reading something. That there's, I wouldn't even call that superhuman or whatever, but I think that is related to Newton's third law of motion, which I believe we can experience when we, for example, having stage fright. Because what I believe what's happening there is not us having some psychological situation, just imaginary, but an actual experience of the probability space that we're exposed to, with all the people sitting there and basically judging us. How are they judging us? Are they really responsible for our future career? Well, not necessarily, but we experience their will, their opinion, then we react to that, which in turn forms us, which in turn informs our future, which in turn informs our career. Therefore, the interaction with those people sitting there having an opinion has a strong influence. And so the stage fright effect, I believe, is not just a psychological thing. I believe it's Newton's third law of motion in action. It is action and resistance. You are forming the situation, but the situation has a form, it is inert, and so it forms you back. You feel it in your mind. And the same thing, I believe, happens when you post something on the internet. You feel kind of the response of the people, even though it hasn't yet taken place. What you're feeling is the probability space. If you don't post it, the probability that someone reads it is absolute zero. The moment you post it, the probability is non-zero, and thus maybe someone else's life is immediately affected by that. Because their course through life might not, maybe they don't want to come across this stuff, and anyway, maybe there is some force feedback not just on you, but also on the people out there. And so if you post something, the moment you do that, you are affecting someone else, even though they will not come across it. But the probability that they could come across it is non-zero, and now they're basically being touched by this non-zero effect. Maybe. Anyway, how did I get there? No clue. So that's the output. Input should be from the tank. Where would that be? Maybe here in the corner? Or maybe here in the corner, so that it would be closer to a big tank if I will have one, because then they are more compatible piping wise. Input. And then what's that? Output 2 for liquids. I don't know if I need those. I never need them so far. What should I prepare for those? So news articles, blog posts, and then how did I get there? How did I get there? Well, this is volatiles. That's not fuel, man. That is not fuel. Fuel will come from somewhere else. Yeah, omni-context, people communicating. And how did I get there? Man, I wish I had a fucking stack. Like a computer, you know, like a program. Because that's how it works. And when you're sitting at work and you're doing something, working on a project, and someone comes in, hey, blah, 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 in this moment you have something else lying on top of your stack, which is the interaction with that person, which might then leave some work with you that is also important. And so that would be another thing that's being put on your stack, while the thing before, which is the interaction with that person, will be pulled out for that task is done. But in this way, you do have a stack, just like a computer program, where you call a subroutine, which calls a subroutine, which calls a subroutine, has a stack. And so that's an interesting concept to have, in my opinion. That's also why my management program that I have here, that keeps pinging me all times, has a task manager thing, where I can manage the things that I want to do in a form of a stack. You know, I just drag things to the top that I want to do first, and if something else comes up that needs to be done first, I would put it in there and put it at the top, and then I work myself down, of course. It's meaningful. And yeah, tangents. Yeah, when people communicate, omni-context, I mean, when I talk to people in the office, I would just throw some keywords at them, like as if they can now click on the screen and use a tag filter, filtering our context down to what it could be, and then I start talking about the actual thing. You know, we'll say, this customer, the battery problem, or whatever. And then they're like, then they're kind of in the general vicinity, and then I can start talking. But starting to talk first, you will throw a sentence at them that only once the sentence has been spoken completely, they can begin to grasp the meaning of it, and then they still have to find the context in which to place the meaning of the sentence. You know, this is tedious and inefficient. And I wish people would communicate more efficiently. Because how much in the world is fucked up because we're not really understanding what's going on, or are so used to not understanding what's going on that we have kind of becoming comfortable with that so much that we prefer not to know the truth. Anyway, so we need some cables. Oh, am I still printing cables? No, I stopped, right? I stopped printing cables. Well, I will need some more cables. No! So how do I do the thing with the fuel? I need to pull in oxygen from the outside. I need a buffer in which I can mix the fuel, and that fuel then can go into the furnace. The buffer would need some pipe utilities, gas, insulated or not? No, not insulated. Yeah, the whatever the fuck. How did I get there? I mean, yeah, caveman, and then the thing with the programming. Yeah, that was the once again the root of all evil. So I'm saying that the people, from my experience, who has really gotten accustomed to being able to, well, let's not say being able, but being used to deal with any kinds of topics, therefore always approaching when someone's trying to talk to me from the omni context. So I don't know, what will this be about? What is this now about? What topic will this be? Therefore also being open to talk about anything, basically, if it doesn't annoy me too much. What I'm saying is omni context, etc., etc. that when I talk to people, my experience is that people seem to be not like that. They are basically well, there's too much assumption going on. Like with this example of the Chinese dudes of that company that I deal with at work, who assume too much as to what you will think when you hear them. You cannot assume. You don't know. I don't know what you will say to me. I mean, if basically by me not assuming a context, I'm also leaving you the freedom to talk about anything ever. Oh, that doesn't fly. That's the output. Crap. How much can we put in there? 270 liters and this 6,000 liters. I think we need a bit more. So let's do something cool. Haha. Well, and since people are like that, and I think that's wrong that people are like that they always assume the context, that they basically rely on some kind of mind-to-mind transfer, which would be abominable if that were even possible. Imagine your mind not being your own, but somehow the mixture of all of them. Fuck that shit. What I think is that people should consider that they cannot be sure. Okay, this is almost 1/6, let's say 1/10. What the other person actually meant when they were saying that. No? So, caveman, whatever the fuck people. Now, backwards from programming. Why is my opinion that programming is basically a natural thing? I mean, it seems like the opposite of natural. There's this big black box standing in the corner here with tons of fans and is running, and they need a factory to produce in the purest environment that you can think of chips that are so small, they're almost as small as molecules, and not the chips, the circuits on this, and they have yet again had a breakthrough recently, I don't know how recent, months ago, 1-2 years ago, I'm not sure, I'm not following, where a supposed limit that will be a hard problem to fix has been overcome once more, so they can be even smaller now, the structure, so even faster. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Eventually the thing that's standing in the corner of my table will be my smartphone. Okay, good thing I still have some. So that's not natural at all, is it? But, okay, let's not call it natural then. Let's talk about tendencies. Because what tendency, okay, there were probably multiple tendencies in the history of mankind, but what tendency has definitely been there from the start to right now? And no one can deny that. It's impossible to deny. The attempt to free our will. I mean, it starts with you're sitting in the cave, you're freezing your ass off, and you need food, and you're starving to death, and your teeth are rotting possibly, or the lion eats you and something, and all of that gives you the will not to suffer that. Nature gives you pain, and thus gives you the will not to have pain. So that's step one. My will is not to suffer physically. See, that's something we're trying to achieve. But since our minds have now become a bit more sophisticated than that of cave people, cave people, I said cave people, of cave cis people, this is so stupid. Since that is so, what we consider, well, hyperbolically, suffering has become a bit more fine-grained than just someone sticking a soldering iron up your ass and turning it on, which is undesired. What we are trying to achieve is we want to set our will free. One thing is we want to escape suffering, but if you look at this, there's a scale to this. It's not just like there is pain and then there's non-pain, but there's a scale from total fucking super torture to, on the other side, basically a permanent physical and mental orgasm. As a concept, I'm not saying that's actually a real thing, but I'm saying that's conceptually a scale. And I think you would agree. And what we're trying to achieve at the beginning, we're trying to get out of the torture or suffer or non-survival kind of stages. But then at some point we learned that, oh shit, I cannot place the door here. That's what we learned, and then mankind woke up and realized the doors need to be changed so that they can be... No. But then we woke up to the realization that there's more, that there's a scale. There's not just the suffering and the non-suffering, but there's the suffering, and then there's, well, I'm kind of okay, and then there's, oh, it's cozily warm, and the food is actually more tasty than usual because I'm actually burning it on my fireplace and using salt and or whatever stuff. And then there's also, and there's my partner with which I'm doing and you know, there's a scale to things, and so what we're striving for is not just to get out of this one, but naturally we're striving to get here and here and here and even to the best parts, though thankfully it is not like you having to rub one out all the time, but you can just, you know, drifting along in everyday life, that's okay. It's not like we have to be in the maximum happiness zone all the time. But it's certainly we're trying, like balloons which have a little bit of gas, a little bit of well, you know, some light gas in them, not just oxygen, so they have some tendency to move upwards. That's within us, and that's more within us now than it was earlier, or maybe the tendency has been the same all along, and only now our situation and our mental structure, which is technically also part of our situation, has improved so much that we can actually do that we can move upwards somewhat. This goes here. So what does that have to do with programming? Well, a lot. I mean, in this game, for example, you experience how good it is to be able to program, because then you can tell reality what the fuck to do, and then you will be free to do other things meanwhile. That is an example of what programming can do.
Power low.
That's also something that I myself experienced many times, particularly in recent years, when I increasingly made tools that make my personal life easier. This morning, actually, see, I have a Raspberry Pi here, that's a mini computer which uses like 50 watts or so when it's running high, or less, or 30 watts, I don't know. And a screen, and I can touch the screen and wipe with my finger up and down to make it darker or brighter. I don't object to the music, but I find it a bit obnoxious. Not necessarily better. That's nice. And to make it brighter and darker, and that is just a touch screen, and the brighter and darker is something that I just implemented there. It is not showing a colorful picture. It shows some kind of green cyan mix, mostly green, like imitating a classic screen, basically, you know. And where are the cables? And it shows me the time. Let's turn around so I don't talk too much gibberish. Currently I can see the outdoor temperature, and this is downloaded as an from a free weather website, basically, not from a website, from a free server with an API. It's simple. I mean, that is simple. This is not OAuth 2 stuff, which I haven't yet used, but it is just simple RESTful call to a website using some API key that I obtained. So, and it's showing me 17.988, 70.991, 70.993 degrees Celsius. How is it doing that? I'm downloading the degrees, and I don't know what resolution they have. Maybe they have 1/10 of a degree. But since I'm downloading this like every minute or every 3 minutes, I think, and I'm building a buffer. And so over time, the temperatures that I have downloaded, I put in the buffer, and what I'm showing on screen is always the average of that buffer, slowly drifting. So I'm imitating a higher resolution than I actually have in information, but this should be kind of realistic, since if it is now 18 degrees and in 10 minutes it's 19 degrees, then certainly in between it has been all other degrees that come in between, and so this makes sense. And that I did with programming. and showing that on the screen. I did with programming. And it's also showing me whether it's currently raining, and I'm using the data that they're telling me, the probability of rain and how much is coming down to calculate some kind of number that's being shown here. I see the humidity outside, I see the indoor temperature because there's a little sensor here. I see the indoor humidity, I see the CPU temperature, and most of all I see the clock. And then I also see my entire week as a progress bar separated in 7 parts, which slowly fills up. I can see how far the current day is, I can see how far tomorrow is, which is 0. Tomorrow isn't yet. Or I tap on the thing, I see a new screen with some reminder progress bars, or a new screen which shows me the current progress of the minute, the progress of the hour, progress of the day, progress of my free time, progress of the, and so forth, the entire year. I can see how far the year is. 1, 2, 3, 4 months are full, and the 5th month is only at the beginning. Stuff like that. And during the night, I have also a night screen. There is the time is very large, and there's a progress bar for my usual sleep times during the week. So when I look at that thing during the night, I can see, okay, it's 1/3 roughly, so I know where I am. I don't have to digest the numbers. I can just feel, okay, that's the time, and so forth, and I can decide accordingly. That's a thing that I did with programming. And so I set myself free. This is luxury. This is comfort. I didn't buy a clock that does that for me. I just made my own. Now this is relatively sophisticated. I mean, there are many people who do such things, and so for them it's just amateur, average stuff. It is. See, there's a large scale, like with the suffering and the average life and the total orgasmic happiness. There's a large scale also in scale in regards to these things. And I'm not high on that scale, but I manage. See. That is how I freed myself, and when somewhat. And if you use your smartphone to program your washing machine to turn on when you're on your way home, or even to turn it on automatically so that it will be done when you arrive home, that is of course done with programming. But you're not the one who has to do the deep programming there. You're only like programming in quotation marks what is supposed to happen at which time during the day. But see, that is already programming. When you're saying, I pull up this menu where I'm saying washing machine, timer, this and this time, this and this day, activate. That is programming. Of course, it's what that is, though it's very simplified. But that is programming. See, that is proof that you benefit from the ability to program. That frees your will, and the deeper you are able to do that, the more you can free your will. And over the course of mankind, what we have been striving for, collectively and individually, is to free our will, to achieve whatever the fuck we wanted. In the beginning, that was not to suffer, and by now it is to shape the world to our whims. So why program? Because it's natural, dude. So grow the fuck up. Technically functional, but no stuff in there yet. Now I need a volume pump. First I need a piece of pipe to put there. And then a volume pump. And then another volume pump. Or should that be an active vent? I'm not sure. And I need a pipe analyzer. I'm looking forward to having the hard suit, because that jetpack is much more powerful. Then I can jump through the room. I showed you that during the 2 airlock construction videos, where I zipped through the room like nothing. A large hall, you know. So we need the pipe analyzer. Room temperature is 24 degrees. So that I can achieve the right gas mixture in that chamber before the furnace, which wants to use, of course, pure fuel, and pure fuel is a proper mixture. Then 2 pumps. I need copper. I have lots of copper. Should I just toss all of this in? Let's see how full the things are. 65. 30. No, that seems to be too much. So let's not do that. Let's separate it by 2. That's a good idea. The 80 go here. And this is the copper eating machine, basically, the electro printer that gets that. And then 2 pumps, please. Also, from another perspective, programming is a natural skill that I assume... See, that's the thing. I believe that in the end we will all be able to program. All as in every last person. I guess there's going to be an exception to every rule. Except that life will be eternal, who knows. But in principle, I believe that that's where it's going. The probability that someone will be able to program at like say, age 30 is increasing. That is just increasing. There is no doubt about that. And that trajectory continues. And that's what you should assume. I will put that here so that I have the... No, the cable to the left doesn't work. So that I have the chance to still use that dude down here. I don't want to block that. Because once I have zip compressed all of this, changing this later will be impossible. That is for the volatiles. And now I need a source for oxygen, which is on the outside. Hey, maybe I should put this here. Ah, damn it. This looks good. Pipes. This way it's coming together. Yeah, from another perspective, I also believe it's natural, and that is that, okay, let's, I mean, basically we're getting cosmic now, and for me it's all very simple. I have just added it all up, and it took me a few decades, but then that's the result, and since then I've been working with that foundation, and so it's easy for me to think through this stuff. But, I don't, this is too much asked that you follow me there, and also, let's just say this, evolution made our brain so that we determine, so that we make proper determination of facts, because that increases the rate of survival, and that's the reason that those who had those brains in the working order were dominant when it comes to procreation, to survival, and that's why we have that stuff now, right? And these days, good thing we have kind of reached the level where the brain is just functioning and no longer a matter of evolution, because now we're evolving our mind's content, but not actually from generation to generation. The information, the way that we evolve there is by means of communication, by means of education, by things that we have stored. I need more pipes. So that's what we get our brains for, to determine facts. So the idea is to determine facts better, and better, and better. Not necessarily something that we need anymore for survival. I mean, as we are now 8 billion people, and I must say 8 billion idiots, I mean, how can you still procreate with this many people on this planet? This is insane. Complete insanity, man. I mean, I want everybody to have the minimum living, at least the minimum living standard of this is my shower that I can take daily, this is my, maybe the computer also, yeah, but ultimately the 4 walls and it being warm and such if necessary, or not too hot during the summer. And at night you can sleep in a room that is quiet and absolutely dark if need be. And you have enough food and something to drink and such. And everything is clean. I mean, not as in no dust, but as in, you know, you can eat that stuff and it won't poison you, you know? Proper survival. That is the minimum standard that I want for everybody. Everybody in the world. But if you look at the world, we realize that's impossible. 8 billion people cannot have that. And we're not even talking about everybody driving a Porsche. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about this minimum stuff that I just described. And with that in mind, how can people still add the amount to the amount of people on this planet? This is proof that mankind is insane. Plain and simple. There's no way around this insight, and there's also the correct way to phrase it. Anyway, well, I can't change that. For that, I would have to force the will of people, and forcing the will of people is loveless, and lovelessness is also insanity. And so I cannot force anyone. Let's change the channel once more. I'm channeling some spirits here, man. And my reminder program pipes up. Man, is it late. I didn't plan on recording this much today, but okay. It's fun, so I keep going. So the ultimate survival and well-being has been achieved, right? But why? But to get there, we did not just have to determine is the lion still behind the tree. We had to also abstract. Abstraction, as in, well, really understanding reality instead of just observing individual events and then maybe escaping the lion or not. But for example, abstracting how often will the lion be here where the water is, and when will it not be here. If I follow this concept that I just derived there, then the probability of my survival will be increased. It's not what the primitive human would think, but in principle that's what's happening. And we went further. How can we make sure that our food is not polluted? Well, for that we have understood what bacteria are and such things, for which we need to abstract. We need to learn a lot of things about nature. We need to invent the microscope, which also requires some abstraction. So abstraction is key. Abstraction is the way to go. But what is abstraction? And the best way to understand that is very, 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 very useful and important. So please listen the fuck up. Imagine reality is a pyramid. It is a two-dimensional, it's a triangle pointing upwards. This is a metaphor, this is a concept. At the bottom, we have individual events. And when we climb higher, we have the combination of such events into abstractions. For example, at the bottom we see individual cars. But on a higher level, we understand what a car is. And from there, we can look down to the entire set of cars. And even though we haven't seen all of them yet, if something comes along that is a car, we will probably be able to correctly determine that is part of the set car. This is set theory, not as in intersection sets and stuff that you learn in school, but just simple sets, boxes with stuff in them. And in this way, individual sets that we find are themselves elements of higher level sets. And those are in turn elements of higher level sets. This is enlightenment, baby. Listen up. This is important shit. Okay? Because you don't learn that in school. Because if you would learn that, then they could also give you a map and show you this is where you are right now. But, you know, it's also primitive still. I'm bemoaning mankind's primitivity and that we're not moving from where we are to where we could be, because we could already be there. If we would get off of our asses and if we would get that ultimate problem solved of how do we, I mean, let's say, for example, right now, out there are possibly a few people who have made a game that is 10 times better than Stationeers. But no one knows of it. Like few people know of Stationeers. In the same way. So, why is the world not better? As in, why have we not found that game yet? This flow of reality thing, who talks to whom? Which webpage do you read when? The loudmouths that have found out how to get the money by telling you things in a language that is too loud for the quality of the product that they actually can deliver, and in words that are actually too distorted from the truth of the product. They have captured the market, and some other people who would deserve to be there but who would not use such a language, for it is too removed from truth and justification, they will not be heard. And in this way, this is just an example of why and how mankind cannot think as one sane collective mind, which it should, to get there. I mean, maybe we need one guy, the big man at the top. And now this is the concept that is not well seen, but maybe that's really the only way to get this shit together. Someone whose mind can indeed encompass all of this. But anyway, the point being, so this pyramid thing with the abstraction, that is basically what we have our brains for, to look at the individual dots and then see the commonality, and from that commonality viewpoint then understand the entire set and then handle it. See, if you're learning of a new thing, like here in Stationeers at the beginning, you can probably not remember that. I cannot really remember that, sadly. I wish I could start over, man. In the beginning you were among the trees and you didn't know your way around, but then you climbed above and now you're seeing the forest, but see the entire forest at once. When in beginning you didn't even know that there were trees around you, or maybe you were seeing trees, but you were not getting the feeling yet that there's some kind of forest concept here. You were just lost in the maze. But then you climbed above, and when you explain something to someone else, then you have to consider that they are still in the forest. It is not so easy for them. Like, you cannot really understand, why don't they grasp this? Because they're in the fucking forest. Their mind hasn't yet made. I mean, the question why don't they understand this? What is so hard? That question is ultimately the question, how does the mind work? Not even how it is implemented in the universe, how it is implemented in matter in the brain, but how does it work? And we don't know that. On a purely mental processing level, we do not know how it works. But anyway, certainly by means of exposure to things, we find somehow the abstraction, and the metaphor that I use is that the mind like stretches itself. It fills itself with enough energy to be able to make the stretch that then will encompass this set of things, so that it is then containing these things effectively. So now you're looking down on the forest from the top, but when Newton abstracted objects falling down and then came to Newtonian physics, which explained, for example, the motion of planets, but not completely. For example, Mercury being so close to the sun, so that it's so deep in the gravity well of the sun in a relativistic situation, cannot fully be explained by Newtonian physics, can be fully explained by Einsteinian physics, by general relativity. But still we have to unify general relativity and quantum physics, which we haven't yet. And so if you could do that, maybe then we would have the concept that ultimately explains all the workings of the universe. But I personally have the suspicion that the only thing that we can ultimately do is, when we're trying to unify these things, is that we can find out that that these two things cannot be unified. That maybe the cosmos itself contains a component of novelty that is not just, I mean, there is novelty, but maybe novelty is really some universal element. And this novelty then will also possibly have the effect that how quantum mechanics and general relativity work together, and they do, that this unity is on the level of the novelty itself, of the unity of all things itself, and can thus ultimately not be abstracted by us, because we are part of the system. We cannot put the entire systems in our head, because our head is part of the system, and so we can ultimately maybe it can never be unified. But I mean, that's beside the point. The point was, if we climb higher, then we find abstractions. But Einstein climbed even higher and put basically the set of Newtonian physics into his set, and in this way we can climb higher until we have the set that contains all things, and that is for which we already have a word, and the word is existence. But we don't know what the word really means. But we strive to find out. And programming is something that requires you to abstract. A program itself is a very abstract thing. And when you program, you want to abstract multiple tasks solved by one method, by one subroutine, which can solve similar things elegantly. And that is why, since abstraction is a natural thing, because we are striving to understand all of existence, which might mean that we are ultimately God in the multi-perspective configuration, like everybody of us is God, everybody of us is God himself, basically, maybe, and we're just in the coexistence configuration, and so we are trying to wake up back from this construct of the dream, but only in the coexistence situation, and that is why we are trying to abstract ultimately all of the cosmos. We're trying to climb to the highest level set. But ultimately, the tendency of abstraction is there, and that is another reason why programming is a natural thing, because abstraction and programming go extremely well together. Now that's that. I would need an IC10 here. And a computer in this room? Well, let's play it realistic. And also, I'm pretty sure Rocketworks has said that they will add more variants to chips. I mean the chips where you have programs on them. For example, the capacity of source code, and that they are possibly subject to the environmental forces. So putting the microchip into the hot box, that's not a good idea. Maybe now it works, but someday then the update comes and I'm like, dude, why did my base explode? You know? Well, and to see this map of reality, oh, why is it useful? This map of existence that I just gave you. Why is that useful? Because when you are creating a universe, like God did or didn't, who knows, when you are creating a universe, as in when you're creating a project, when you're saying let's write a program or let's whatever your project is, let's buy something from the city. What do I want to buy? When do I want to go there? What will I wear? When you start such a project, then you're not climbing up in this hierarchy, but then you're creating a new triangle like that, and you're climbing downwards. You're climbing into the system. And, you know, climbing upwards, seeing, okay, those are all these round things on the ground, they are all the same. Let's call them rocks. That was easy. But climbing higher, like, I mean, Newton was struggling, but he found the answer. But then Einstein said, no, he didn't, and found a better answer. And I believe that Einstein was standing. I mean, maybe Newton was more of a genius than Einstein was, possibly, because you always have to look in the context of the times. I mean, what was Newton building on? What was Einstein building on? What am I building on? What environment are you building on? The informational density that we're experiencing, and the social flow, density and quality and sophistication that we're dealing with, for example, in school. One of the reasons that it's important to go there, no matter how much other people desire to be assholes, and they are, and they deserve to fucking beep for that. This is something that influences how your mind works. And then your mind will have grown by this, will have a higher resolution of flow processing. And Einstein's brain certainly had most probably had a higher resolution in this regard than Newton's did. So possibly Newton actually achieved more than Einstein did, because the things that he had to, Einstein was standing on the shoulders of giants. Anyway, what am I saying? I don't know. Let's return to topic. Projects. So it is hard. Computer with this thing, sure, that would work. It is hard to abstract on higher levels. The higher you climb, the harder it is. And so when you climb into a project from above, do you understand what I'm saying here? This means that the first decisions are the most important ones. The more correct that decision is, the better. And everything that is imperfect about that decision will poison all decisions that hang from it, because they are all members of that set.
Power critical.
I should have a battery charger in here. Oh, funny that works. Doesn't work with the oxygen filter and the filtration unit. I need more cables. Yeah, see, that's why it's useful, this understanding. This map that I derived there, this understanding is useful. Because if you understand that every first step into such a project is the most important one, and also that further steps down into the pyramid are actually, that's actually what's happening, well, that helps you being successful. Which is supposedly what you want to be. Should I get a proximity sensor? I think so.
Pressure critical.
Yeah, whatever.
Oxygen critical. Temperature critical.
Still thriving towards seeding. Shouldn't they have seeds by now? Huh. That and a proximity sensor, please. We can make the kit sensor here, I think. And in the electronics printer. So the goal is to achieve a certain pressure and a certain fuel mixture in that intermediary tank there, in the pipe tank stuff. Ah, I forgot. What? A battery charger, yeah. Proximity sensor. And of course a proximity to what? To the PC. Or should I place that behind it on the wall? Is that possible? Should be. More elegant. Let's do that. What's the current setting? Because that setting seems to be fine. 1, huh? 2, okay. Yeah, 2 is probably good. Oh, there it is.
Pressure critical. Oxygen
Interesting that you
critical.
can close your hammer without
Temperature
electricity.
critical.
I didn't want to do this, but okay. Timing doesn't work out nice. That happens. I knew this would not be a good idea to put it like this. I'm really a fan of graphical thinking. I don't mean I'm rather graph thinking. See, when I talked about suffering versus happiness, I was painting a spectrum, by the way, practically. And the question is how deep to the left in the direction of suffering, and then how far to the right in the direction of happiness or bliss or whatever does the chart go. And so I imagine a two-dimensional chart, and then I plot some points that I know, and then I assume, okay, maybe this can go further in this direction and further in that direction, to the left and to the right. And also, how far does it to go to the left and to the right? In this case, maybe not so interesting, but how far can it go higher and lower and such? What am I saying? I'm saying that it's useful.
Power critical.
And it's useful to apply this kind of chart concept to many things when you think about stuff, because then it helps you to ask questions. How far does this go? What does this mean further to the right, to the left? Maybe I will find an example. Let's think about the most obvious one, Stationeers. How long will its future be? I mean the development future, not the existence future. I believe the existence is pretty much eternal. How long will they keep developing it? I hope they will never stop. And I hope they will fucking be finance for this. They so deserve it. So do your part, please. And, but how far does the chart go vertically? I mean, will this become some kind of Kerbal Space Program from some perspective at some point? Or will we be able to build spaceships that are like this and then crash into each other? Or will there actually be a normal shooter and role-playing game stuff in addition to all of this, which in the opposite direction I'm convinced will happen? Like I keep fucking preaching, I will say so again. See, that's the kind of chart thinking that I mean. Very useful in my opinion. So let's turn the dude. Oh no, yeah, let's turn the dude on and teach it to turn itself on automatically. That should be the first step. Haha. Sense box PC. Hello. This can only pertain to this computer. Will there be multiple computers in this room? No, this will all be one network. So I can just be blunt. I just not sure. Would it be structured computer? Yep, simple. SB hash structure computer on R0. Okay. Export. And it doesn't work. Filtration. Okay, there's more than one thing in here. I see housing. Export. Okay. First thing achieved. Yeah, okay, let's talk a bit again. That's what I see. Well, one of the reasons that people maybe love to publish stuff on the internet, talking and videos and whatever, is that maybe they get the slight sense that they have the chance to change the world slightly. And certainly they would then say things that would change the world, or would actually aim to change the world, at least aim to change the world, in the direction, in the form that they personally desire. And this belief alone is happiness already. And so maybe that's why I like to talk about this stuff, but I believe what I'm saying there is something that many people will agree with, so I will just be sharing the energy, and so by there being another perceiver, which is you, another experiencer, another agent that affects the world, not with an E, with an A, the probability that this becomes a reality will slightly increase. Everybody who exerts a bit of force in this direction in the world will, that will be, you know, maybe it's even a non-local effect, one that affects minds without. Actually, I mean, why does sometimes a Christian who has a near-death experience has some Muslimic NDE, an experience, or vice versa, or stuff like that? Why does that happen? How does that make sense? Of course, well, the brain is not in a good position, blah, 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 but how does it happen that this is like this kind of crosstalk, this informational crosstalk? Is there something going on? I don't know. Anyway, so what you would certainly agree with is we want better games. Not that the current ones are shit, but a better game is better than a current game if it's better. I mean, if it's better, it's basically a logical unity. It's better, then it's better. So what would be better? Well, if you are, for example, playing Fear with those soldiers, with the flanking and all of this, when you have the potential strategy of, for example, setting the wall cladding behind them on fire by shooting at it, often enough with a laser beam or stuff like that. I know this doesn't fit the game Fear, but let's not be too specific. I just wanted to give some general arena to imagine. And then they would like move from their location because there's fire. Or maybe there would also be toxic fumes that emerge from the cladding, which is plastic or something, and then it's on fire. And so they would move away, or they would start coughing, or maybe they have gas masks or not. Or maybe you don't have a gas mask, but they have one, and so they employ the strategy on you. And so you have to keep moving from hiding to hiding place. Or maybe there's a place that you can only visit if you have breathing gear. But instead of going through all those motions, and later in the game, you know, like Metroidvania, you find that stuff, then you can go back and basically open that door. You can alternatively maybe flood the room with something breathable and then just open the fucking door. That is an engineering solution, and that lends itself to more interesting gameplay. What's also more interesting is if you can, if there's a guard standing somewhere, but you don't know that, they're quiet, and you could only see that when you come around the corner and then like, oh, hopefully it didn't see me. But what if they're smoking a cigarette and you can smell that? Or what if you, in a Deus Ex game once more, were down in the sewers and they can smell you? See, we haven't yet seen all the things, and this game here with all its atmospherics is inspiring, and I believe just like when Half-Life invented basically, or made it mainstream that we have sophisticated mechanics where we can stack stuff on and so forth, and then since then it has been normal that we toss stuff around, like that is normal that an engine will come with physics. It will become normal, in my opinion, that we will have some kind of atmospherics engine and utilize that in games. Because that's not even so hard to do. I mean, this is a world box, this is a world box, they can be calculated on a different thread, so the game is not actually burdened by it, and the game can then occasionally request information from that data bank, and then say, okay, how hot is that? How warm is that? How cold is that? What does it smell like, basically? what direction is the wind going? Will you be pushed by it? Will something that you've let drop on the ground be pushed towards a direction and so forth? That is something that can then happen on other threads, but the calculation of how the air is flowing, that can be on a different thread, an additional one. Now, if a game already uses all threads that your processor can possibly master, then that doesn't help, obviously. But obviously, like we are moving towards more free will and more abstraction, the computers are moving towards more threads. So yeah, that will come. That's where we're heading. So now we want the computer to be able to tell these pumps to make sure that here is a mixture. Now here I need a passive vent. Do I have one? I think I brought one. I didn't? Oh. That was an oversight. Because I want to suck in air from the outside with a passive vent. This is not very effective, I know. But how effective does it have to be? I only have to pressurize this thing with enough fuel mixture so that I can get some smelting done here. And that can't be... I mean, if I would take the entire fuel mixture here and put it in here and push the button, the explosion would take about 3 seconds after pushing the button to take place. See also my Stationeers trailer where that is demonstrated. Because I have filled that thing with a pure fuel mix, almost pure, to about here, and then I push the button. That is how quick that was, and the same would happen here. So even if that sucks in the gas very slowly, as long as that's controlled by the computer so that the mixture is even, that will work. Where will I puss isn't the right term here, because this is again... actually, yeah, I think that the future will be more free in that regard also. And I hope so. I mean, dude, why is pornography and sexuality such a remote thing still? Why is it so non-everyday-ish? In my opinion, it is that because when it comes to flying higher in the realms of lust and ultimately reaching the singularity, that is also when informationally everything comes together. And maybe that is something... maybe that is related also to the collective mind of the people somehow, and mankind hasn't yet come together, but what if we do? What if mankind's collective flow has become much more unified? And unified doesn't mean that we are all ticking in the same rhythm or all controlled from above like it's happening in China, but instead that's more like an orchestra. Some people play the fiddle, some people play the toms and the cymbals and so forth. It's not a good metaphor, but it's kind of a working metaphor, because all what they do together is they produce the most beautiful thing that we all appreciate, and that is then what we will all dwell in also, this collective flow. And if that comes together and it's cleaned up, what will then be, I mean, if... maybe then sex and lust and all of that will not be so disconnected, because it will not be something that is unfitting. It's a very blurry hypothesis that I have, but I trust in my mind's drift, and I think there's something to it. Anyway, so I put up a door at some point here that should be controlled by the computer. Where will the door be? Maybe right here where the other is? No, that's not good. Here. Or right at the opposite? So I can run through and then... that seems good. It should be here in this place. So let's place the door here. And here are some pipes. And then I need an insulated pipe. Do I have some? Of course I didn't bring any. Or did I? But I don't have any insulated vent. Passive vent. Well, and let's assume that this would happen. I mean, do we have a little more, a somewhat more sexual world these days than we had like 10, 20, 30, 50, 100, 1,000 years ago? On average, yes. There have been high points and such, but I mean, maybe those were extremes, and that should be rather... I mean, if that would happen, then it would have to fit better. And these days, well, it fits better, else there wouldn't be more of it. I think we can say that. Is that a tendency? I don't know. Personally, I hope so. Because, I mean, that's a beautiful thing. And I want life to be beautiful. And if that would be more in everyday life, then everyday life would be more beautiful. It's the simple logic that I use. And why not? Why the fuck not? Maybe it's childish thinking, but I don't think so. It's simple thinking. Why does it have to be complicated? It just has to be without doubt. You know, simplicity and doubtlessness, they cannot go hand in hand. Only way to get out here is still this one. And so then this would be more normal to have, I mean, let's think of a Bond film. There's usually a scene where Bond diddles a girl, you know? I mean, an old enough girl, goddammit. That is then usually being muted. This will not actually be shown. And you would say, yeah, because it's out of place, it doesn't belong there. You just need to know that this is happening and so forth. But the thought that it is out of place, which I agree with, is that actually true? Or is that only a sign of the current times, and even more so of the previous times, and even more so and more so and more so of the even more previous times? Will this be different? Will normal stories sometimes have a scene where they're just two people doing some stuff, and then this will actually be described in detail, in a stimulating way also, and we will not bat an eye, it will just be normal. Maybe that will be so. I don't think this is possible, and I don't know if it will be appreciative or not. I mean, the thing is, if it is in the way it is described, that no one will bat an eye, that is not a problem, yeah, then certainly it's more appreciative. Because then it's more intense experience. And from my own experiences, where I'm also a writer, wrote some stories. Actually an author, not a writer. I basically started with porn, with internet porn. Don't fucking judge me, okay? It got me where I am. So, and I realized that this is actually a very interesting, motivating component when it comes to suspension of disbelief on the part of the reader, and to the inventiveness on the part of the writer. And so let's imagine that this would then be a component more prevalent in stories, in games, and in films and such. This could then even deepen the experience that we have as a people with this cultural achievement of fictional entertainment. Let's see how fast this thing pumps. Oh, right. Does it have power? It doesn't. It has its friend that's tightly bound with it, but it's not grounded. So people get out more. You know, it's not good enough when someone says, "Yeah, I agree," and then you drink something together or whatever. But it should be realistic, and that's what I have been experiencing lots of times in this little town that I live in. When there's traffic lights and I'm walking there, and then there's to the right or to the left there's a street, and then there's a school, and then the students gather there on their bikes at the age of like 13 to 17, this kind of age I'm talking about, and they're standing there together, and then they're standing in places like in the opposing lane, for example, or when they come there with their bikes towards me, and then they don't make way. But fuck you, I also won't make way. I will stay on my fucking pedestrian path. I will not actually intentionally take more space, and I will probably also step slightly to the left where the wall is. But ultimately, if you are on a trajectory that will lead to a collision with me, then you will collide with me. I will make sure of that. This will happen because you must learn what is wrong. And the only way for you to learn that, if your mind is too underdeveloped to determine that by itself, which by now it shouldn't be, then you must impact reality. And I am that then. Reality. Yeah, and what I'm talking about, there is some kind of informational incest. Or maybe, okay, maybe that's not the best metaphor, even though that metaphor for other things isn't too wrong. For example, I'm not opposed to the idea of homeschooling, but I fear that there might be then some kind of informational incest. Not necessarily that there is that the information provided will be bad, but the flow experience will be too one-sided. And so maybe the exposure to other people's flow and to the complicatedness of their flows coming together is then lost. In the same way, when people are hanging out together, they might be drifting into a personal, collective reality that is detached from the actual reality, from the objective reality that most certainly exists. And that is certainly something that should be avoided. And should be considered that this is happening, yep. Else Hell's Angels would have used an apostrophe, for example. So this is connected, and let's see how full this is of itself. No, I think I'm alright. I mean, if you achieve something, why don't you fucking build on it? Come on, kilopascal. Okay, this is slow. But it doesn't look too slow yet. Maybe it will get the job done. Now it expands, of course, because it's getting hotter, cooling down the room somewhat. 2.71 degrees Celsius. Can I close this? Oh. Man, the furnace is not well placed. 2.69, 2.68, 2.67, cooling down by this pipe. Of course. I love to observe these things. This reality simulation. It's kick-ass. Yeah, it was also a very fun experience for me to fill this room with the right gas and heat it up. I mean, some people might not like this. I like these numbers games, these reflections of a reality that's taking place, and of the cause and effect situation, and of my interaction with it, and of what I can build from it once it has happened. So, we need a crusher that will be programmed, and I want the crusher to be in this room, because here will be the plants, and if I toss some volatiles down, then I should be able to evacuate the room using this door here, and the furnace will certainly heat it up then again, so not a problem, instead of the plants suffering the pollution of the air, and then me having to use a scrubber to clean all of this large fucking room up. So we need a crusher. Where will that be placed? Oh, it can be here, actually. Huh. Well, let's get a crusher then. Wesley, you're required. Can't believe the video is almost 6 hours long already. It doesn't feel like it. I mean, to me. Of course, I'm not on the receiving end. Hey, I will need some iron sheets. How many? That was right. 1 iron sheets, 2 cable coils. How are batteries doing? 82%. Ha! Net positive. There should also be some kind of logical, some kind of circuitry here, an observer that observes the long-term development over a really long time, and then tells me, dude, you need to build another wind turbine, or 2 even, or 3, and then tells me how many I need to build. Is that possible? Of course it is. It's simple logic. Bit too tight. So the lower one is for water, for liquids, and the upper one is for other stuff. Better keep my distance then. The lower one shall not be obstructed. Oh, just the cable cord, okay. I built it too close. If I would have a liquid pipe down here, then I could not have a pipe up here that goes down. But I need one. So I need to unbuild the thing again. crap. Hand dryer. Could you make it any more complicated? Crap, I wanted to keep the furnace free down there also. That is now out of the question, I guess. Damn. Or is it?
Is it? Is it?
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm crushing it. So now let's change the setting of the dude, which requires logic and data connection, I think. Or does it have only one connection? It has two. Okay. Should be some lights in here. So then... First, I want to tell all the crushers on the network to have no kelvins to achieve with heating. SB hash structure ice crusher setting 0 Kelvin. Right batch hash structure ice crusher. Okay. And then I want to set the pumps to speed 10. Define serious pump structure. No, wrong. Hash structure volume pump. Define ins pump oxy. I know this is not correct. This shall be Fern pump oxy and Fern pump volatiles. Oh, mix. Define Cirrus anal hash structure pipe analyzer and then okay, structure pipe analyzer and this is also the way they misspelled the cable analyzer. Okay, now let's set all the pumps to the correct setting. SBN. Basically, I could use the SB only, but I want to be sure. I mean, that's a mistake you don't want to make. Setting 10. And I want to turn the pipe analyzer on. SBN, CLS, anal, ins, anal. Wait, that's wrong. Lock 1, so I can't accidentally turn it off. And on 1. Or I could just say on 1 and then here. That should also work. But what if I interfere then? This is really the best approach. Lock and then turn on. Let's see if that does something. I am now in control of this pump. Logic with programming. Same here. And same here. Okay. We have control over these devices. But what about this dude then? Maybe I should close the door. And I should also put in the other door before I do anything further. It's a bit sad. Maybe I should make this room kind of an airlock. Where I can pump everything that's in the room outside the room. Where I want it. I mean, for example, if I mean, this would be an emergency overpressure door, but what if I just want to evacuate the room into this direction, like I want to do now, or in that direction, when it's, when if there's some pollutant in here, and then I want to just vent the room away, and then I want to reflood the room from here, instead of mixing everything with the outside air, waiting for a while, and then eventually there's no more pollutant, and then I open the door, and then this will be lots of cold that comes in here, minus 150 degrees per volume block. This should draw down the temperature of this large room from 25 easily to minus 20, I think. So that's not good. So it would be good if I could actually evacuate this room. Because what if I toss down some volatiles now? Of course I could just reload the game. But will I do this every time? And shouldn't this be a properly solved thing from the start? And with this in mind, I would like to just install some large powered vents here. So let's print 4 of them. And then I need to bring the electronics parts also. And some sheets. And pipes and cows and shit. Cows are evil. Power at vent. Need more electrum. We have more electrum. Let's take less of that. I don't want all of this. Then we need... Do I not have any more sheets? Did I possibly toss the sheets over into the other room? I think so. I didn't use them all up, did I? I didn't use them all up. They must be over there. There must be electronic parts also. Oh, they are also in the other room when I made the furnace. Yeah, so I have that stuff. But I need a pipe. 1, 2, 3, 4. And a pipe cowl. For the outside in both directions. No, on the inside I will use... Or will I use an insulated passive vent? I would use 2 insulated passive vents. Some more cables would be fine.
Power low.
I don't need that many actually. Now I have 3. 85. I think it has become a beautiful station. Looks okay. Very effectively compressed. We can walk everywhere. We have storage space, centrifuge, recycler, plants, and this stuff, which is very cool. We see how fast the wind is, whether that is low or high. We can see that the batteries are currently in the process of discharging. Fast airlock. Plants control independent of day and night, and we have slow and day and night cycle. I even named the save game accordingly so I don't forget it. And a little tip, when you load a save game, then the game will first stall when it has loaded that, and then after a moment it starts fading in, right? You can already press escape right at the beginning when it's still in the process of stalling. That will stick. So then you will certainly you will not lose 1 second of simulation before you set the actual simulation speed correctly manually, if you do that. Do we have electronics parts? We do. So this is the door for venting, and this should be the vent for venting also. This vents to a passive vent that will be there on the outside, and this vents to... does this work? This probably doesn't work because there's this stupid door. But this hall is a bit larger, taller, isn't it? Well, so just do this then. Aha, indeed. Oh, we need an insulated pipe. Do we still have some? 7. 7 should be enough. And 1 here. Where does it go? To the left? No, we should consider the door. And it's annoying that I don't have an airlock over here, but I don't want to make one now. That's too much of a detour. So I take this detour instead. We have come rather far this time, but in 6 hours, well, something should be done. Okay, and this dude needs to vent in. Oh, I have to place it on the inside. Anyway, I have to place the pipes.
You can press E to swap it.
No, you can't. You have to do this. Stop trying to teach me. Oh. Oh, there's probably copyright here, huh?
You whistled that in your video stream with the...
There are actually people who do that. And I mean not people, but agents. People who work for those kind of... not companies, but... what's the term? Services? What's happening? Why is the air streaming? Because this room streamed towards this place rather quickly when this airlock was opened, and therefore the pressure decreased. But this room is going through this tunnel of the little door, which means that if we build another such little room with an opening, and instead of a door we put a wall in there that is a turbine, which this game has, then we can create electricity. And interestingly, the airlock over there will not use more power, even though it should, in principle. Just like when you turn on your AC in your car, you're using more fuel, but you're only using very slightly more fuel. Why am I doing this? I need this over here.
Hunger caution.
Is that correct this way? Apparently. Should be correct. Okay, now I have two vents with which I can evacuate the room. So set that to sucky suck. And then we can finally, then I can install this door, because now the room has become a manual airlock. So I will be able to do all this without the slight loss of temperature or gas pressure in here. Nice. And how long did this take? I think 10 extra minutes maybe? Worth it. For the engineering experience of the following moments. Do I have my... yeah, there it is. Because we're gonna smell some shit, man. First, a small experiment. Will this do this? Or will this take long? No, it takes short, so it is indeed not heating that up. Let's check if the gas around me is still fine. No volatiles to be found. Alright. Why should there be? But, you know, sometimes want to be sure. And then we have reached that point where we can finally start to use this room. Isn't it beautiful to build this infrastructure and then be on location and be able to use it? It's just fun. It's endless motherfucking fun, this game. Okay, let's evacuate the room and see how fast it goes. Where will I pump this? Well, not to the outside. I want to keep that gas. Do we see the gas moving in there? I think so, yeah, we do. And the room is now empty. This is how fast this... I mean, seriously, a normal active vent in a one-block airlock would have taken longer. These things are monsters, and I love that we have them. They came to us because of trading. Because of the traders. So, there's the door. Do I have all that I need to make the door? Actually, no. I need the plastic stuffs over there. What the fuck? Wow, that's quite the pressure differential. Maybe I should have done that more slowly, which I could have. That, and we will also need glass. Anything else? No, I don't think so. So again, wait, right, this doesn't belong. Neither does this. This does, and that does also. Vacuum. I just realized that maybe it would have been enough to just take the resources that this wall just gave us instead of fetching this stuff that I just did. But alright. But alright. Let's put that here and do some welding. Okay, not a problem. So good thing I fetched those. Okay. So now that we have 2 electric doors, I can make sure that if there is a situation in here that warrants some intense measures automatically, that this door also automatically closes in those moments. Makes sense, or even before that maybe. So now in here we have minus 140 degrees, which is not good, but no need to worry, we can just pump that out. And it's gone. Time to crush it. How much stuff do we have here? There's some oxygen in there. And on the other end, where's the thing? We have 240 kilopascals from 1 stack. So let's get going. It's nil temperature in here. Basically, yep. Could basically use a chute system here to fill this thing more efficiently, but how often would I do this? And how full it is now? Okay, already a megapascal. So my estimation of 20 megapascals once everything is in there is probably not wrong. Actually, it's probably going to be 30 rather. Okay. Huh. I thought I had paused the recording. I don't know what just happened. I wanted to do this while you're basically not watching, to not waste your time unnecessarily. Sorry, that didn't work. Anyway, so I just thought of something. When you come into Stationeers and you're new, then you will ask yourself, how do I have to do this? But once you've been in there for a while, then you will have understood what is available, how things in principle work, in principle, abstraction. And then from that position, you can use your will and these abstractions to decide what you want to do. For example, would you have put these vents here to do that thing with the room? No, maybe not. Or maybe you would have. I'm just saying, this is rather unconventional. It's not like someone would say, well, and then in your furnace room you would put these 2 vents. Would you?
Waste tank caution.
I just wanted to have this possibility. And so I did. And see, that's the thing with abstractions and with learning, and also how you should approach this game. Learn, understand it fundamentally, and then play. Oh, not even 20 megapascals. I would have expected more. Not that I'm complaining, I'm just wondering. Or maybe there's still a lot that needs to be pushed in there. Which reminds me, how high is the pressure in this thing by now? Whoa, 110 megapascals? Screenshot. No, this is not a bug post, but I didn't know we had this. So it is now slowly unleashing itself into these pipes. Good thing I can turn that off. So because now it just stays at that pressure 97 megapascals. So in case there would be too much, I can just stop. But we see now that, yeah, it will be 20 probably. Yeah, I need to cable up this door. Then we need to program for overpressure and heat and such. I would like to keep going, and I feel like I want to keep going, but I should keep a schedule, you know. I got some things to do and haven't eaten yet, you know, with my one time a day thing. I mean, I haven't eaten since yesterday at 6 p.m. and it is 6 p.m. the next day, so maybe I should get going. Because I prefer to have a clear mind. And certainly the mind is less clear when you're full of stuff. When you've like eaten, like, oh, now I want to sit back and watch a film. And then you slowly wake up again to being yourself, but can you wake up further? And I have found out, yes you can. And I want to be as awake as I can be. Also probably, I assume it's more productive if the stomach and or the digestive system has had enough time to really deal with what's going on. I imagine the first or second episode of this playthrough where things were so chaotic in the station. Oh, 12 megapascals, okay, not 20 even. Because I was doing so many things instead of completing one thing and then the next. In this way, tossing down some fresh potatoes into the half-digested mush in your stomach of the previous ones. I don't know if it's the way it is, but that's how I imagine it. And so I will just use that as an additional reason for doing what I've been doing for, 18 years. Every day. It's normal to me. And I can't imagine to eat multiple times a day. I mean, imagine, but actually, no. When do you do all this? So, the room here is evacuated. Now I can pump the air back in. Which I hereby do very slowly, because it has to stream voluntarily into that little thing up there. And that looks wrong. Rocket works, could you please fix that? It shouldn't look as if I'm losing atmosphere, but it looks like I'm using atmosphere. A lot. 13 kilopascals. Yeah, see, that's why this is so slow. If I would add a large volume there, then the air would have enough time to stream in there. You know, an insulated inline tank, they exist now, you know. And then the thing would be sucking from that, and then it would be done, and eventually then the air would have streamed would have streamed into that thing, but I wouldn't care anymore because I've gotten what I wanted. That's why you want larger volumes in those things. So that should be enough. So it's not so explosive. Though am proven wrong. Okay. So I mean, I could keep going like for a few more hours easily. That's how I feel, and I'm enthusiastic to complete this thing. But that's a good thing, you know. This means that at the beginning of the next episode I will have something to do. There will be a direction, flow, momentum immediately. And that's a good thing. And therefore, I will now hereby stop this one. Just as the light cometh, as it will, and no one can stop it. No matter how hard you try, mankind. See you.
Hydration critical.